Hey everybody, we are back with more Eternal Darkness. Widescreen in this game is... I mentioned it last time, but like, it's actual widescreen, like, there's proper support for it. But there's a bunch of stuff that's clearly only made for 4x3. Like cutscenes, the pause menu is only 4x3, I think. It makes it feel kind of like a widescreen hack, rather than like actual widescreen support. Actually, one thing I do want to take a quick look at is like, there's Alex, there's her X-ray. One of these screens goes right, no it does. I'm sure there's a screen that goes deeper. Like Alex, X-ray, and then like below that. Yeah. Hey, is that legendary streamer Fox Sound Cat? Let's get back into this. So we left off last time, I died. And I hadn't saved. So we have to restart this entire chapter.
In Europe, during the time of the Inquisition, paranoia and corruption ran deep. With the fear of devilry running rampant, the ancients' corruption extended far beyond mortal knowledge, corrupting all that could be corrupted. My researches uncovered an interesting incident. A Franciscan monk named Paul Luther was traveling through the region of Amiens during the witch hunts of the Inquisition. Now, under martial law, the Inquisition prevented anyone from leaving the town and its nearby cathedral, for everyone was suspect.
Times when fucking Catholicism was like the law. Absolutely
Welcome
insane.
to Oubliette Cathedral, Brother Luther. I'm glad that our sacred order
But
can
hey,
bestow
you might be a heathen.
hospitality
We need to
on
torture
our
you to
Franciscan
determine
brethren.
whether or not you're a heathen.
I shall not impose,
What?
Excellency. I merely request lodging and a viewing of the sacred relic, the Hand of June.
The Hand of
Many
June.
have traveled far and even risked their lives for a glimpse of the hallowed relic's true splendor. Of course, it would be wise to keep quiet during your stay. The Inquisition is here for a reason, brother. We seek to purge the deviancy from
It's
this
Pius
town.
Augustus again.
I am sure
and
that
like,
will not be a
he is
problem.
so bad at picking
Amiens
fake
appears to
names
be
for
a
himself.
peaceful hamlet.
It appears to be, but deviancy is secreted in the most deceptive places, which I believe is the case with Amiens.
Then I wish you luck in your search.
The Inquisition does not need luck, Brother Luther. Faith and purity are our guides.
He's absolutely walking like Palpatine, though. You're entirely right. Anyway, let's go. Faith and purity ain't solving that back issue you got. Yeah. Just the mace in here. The only book of reliquaries. There it is. I'm gonna go and beat somebody to death. The monk forces you back, explaining that one of the Order's most sacred rites is taking place, and the presence of the Franciscan monk would be troublesome. That is a wonderful swing. Okay, so it's an uppercut, but look at it like that, it just looks like he's absolutely ramming the balls. Perfect. 10 out of 10. Would trust this monk with my life if he's going to go straight for the balls like that. Alright, let's get this going. Oh no!
For the
A
love of
murder
God.
most foul!
God! Help! Come quickly! A murder! A murder most foul! What heresy is this?
I found him lying
I think murder is heresy.
dead. I called the guard.
It's a sin, I don't think it's heresy.
Is this our first suspect? Make sure no one touches the body. It must be examined for signs of devilry. As for
Devilry?
this man, make sure he doesn't leave the cathedral. We will question him later.
But
Hold your tongue, Franciscan, or it might bring my wrath upon thee. Who is to say that you did not commit this murder? If you trust in the Almighty, and you are indeed innocent, then you will have nothing to fear.
That's always a bullshit argument. You trust in the Almighty, you have nothing to fear from this mace in your balls. Stealing your jewels.
are you here to pass sentence on me?
No, I'm here to free you. You are in incredible danger.
Cam Clark, is that you?
This cathedral used to be a place of peace. Now
Like what?
many strange things happen here. I don't want you to end up like the others.
What do you mean?
The body you found
What do
was
you
Brother
mean?
Andrew, and he was killed to protect a secret.
A secret?
We can't talk about it.
We
here.
can't be
Find
serious.
me in the bell tower later, and I shall aid thee further.
Why are you releasing me?
I don't want to see another innocent die like your
I
Franciscan
didn't commit
brethren.
this murder.
I have seen Brother
Don't
Andrew
go
make
south, don't go to
numerous
Lyon.
entries into his journal. This may contain the answers to the cathedral's dark secrets.
What can I do?
If I were
You can take your mace
I'd
and
run.
start beating people in the
Surely
balls.
hunt me if I run. This has to stop.
Prevent the devilry in their
Be it on your own
balls,
head,
Paul Luther.
Find Brother Andrew's journals if you can. He spent time in the old tower investigating. I believe I can find the key to the old tower in one of my stores. Later,
Oh, Paul
come
Luther.
find me in the bell tower, and I will give it to you. Be swift. We can't evade them forever.
Man, that's the look of an evil man. Oh, let's get out of here. Alright. Beckons and yearns to be touched. What did I say? Yeah, it's amazing when you play and watch a lot of stuff, especially from around this time period. It's the book from the month. Oh, I thought it was specifically talking about sounds. It does kind of, like, resemble the opening, where they'd use the key to unlock it. Like, it does, you're right. Although I think with, like, the skin and bone binding, it's going more for Necronomicon. Just gonna pull this. Necronomicon.
Ah, Brother Luther.
Brother Luther.
Too soon.
Not a moment too
As you have
soon.
noticed, dread things inhabit this place. Shambling corpses, and worse.
There is darkness at work here, in the midst of the Inquisition.
I suspect it is worse than that, but I have no proof. Brother Andrew knew this also, and paid the price for it.
Why are you telling me this?
Perhaps you can finish off what Andrew started. Take this key. It unlocks the old tower. It has been sealed off since the Inquisition arrived.
I intend to uncover the truth behind this.
If you manage to uncover the source of darkness, return here, and I will do everything I can to help.
Darkness?
Till then, brother,
Imprisoning
may your
me?
faith protect you.
I really don't think my faith's gonna protect the goddamn thing. I don't have enough evidence to make an accusation against Augustine. Cool, but when you do, who are you going to make that accusation to? Like, what, you're going to walk up to Augustine with all the evidence, be like, I found all this evidence that you're an incredibly evil person, and have been responsible for heresy, treachery, summoning of monsters, numerous murders. And it's like, okay, cool. What's to stop him from them murdering you? Open the door. Oh no! Good sir, are you okay? I can't believe this coffin is still here. It's been like 500 years. This casket in readiness for Brother Andrew's body? Perhaps Augustine is blessing it, or perhaps it has a most sinister purpose. It's almost as if it's accepted or arraigned. Just gonna take this, thank you. Shield spell. Awesome. Did I have that assigned anywhere? No. Let me assign it to... right. Shield's a really good one, actually. The main thing that Paul Luther has going for him is his vast store of magic. Doesn't have much health, has a lot of magic. Alright, let's go. Hey, Anthony. Requiem patch. Rule of the guys to just like jam a ruby in the guy's eye. Alright, let's go upstairs. Gonna beat your ass. Good times. Diary page. And the music notes I need are here. Alright, let's go. This will get me the 5-point spell. Or the 5-point circle. I don't have the power rune yet, so I can't use any 5-point spells. Did I miss the crossbow? Others of Amiens, are you ready to rock? Powered up by using the power rune, of which I have none. Alright. We get the torch. What does this lead? Oh, enchanting a weapon immediately equipped, so that's kind of neat. There's the crossbow. There's the podium key. Probably a baptism bowl. Going right past the podium. Oh, diary page. Then save again. Alright, let's go. Trappers. Yep. That's why I want the crossbow. A secret door. Alright. Definitely save it here. Much better than last time. Pedestal has 3 small indentations adorning its top, each arranged in a circular formation. Each socket appears to be waiting for something. Lilia. Chaturga. Alata. Colored gems fill all the indentations, forming a triangle. I just noticed that skeleton at the bottom has a hell of an ass. Alright. Oh, that'd be the Paragon room. Get off. Slice. And that'll be Paragon. Alright, so let's replace all of these spells. So let me do the assign first, is it? What is it? Antiboka Margamore. Narakath and Sansa. Narakath and Redgamore. Here in air attack. That's probably gotta be it then. The higher tier versions of Summon Trapper don't summon more powerful trappers, summon more powerful creatures, and end up being categorized separately. Dispel Magic. Nethlek and Redgamore. Bankarok and Redgamore. Bankarok and Sunset. What's that? Bankarok and whatever that is. That's everything we've got so far. Let me try casting. Oh, that's control creature. Alright. Cover. Health. Sanity. Feel invisible. There we go. Alright. And now we save, so I don't have to do all of that again. There's a couple of big guys here. So, alignment-wise, the blue one should win this. There it is. An effigy of a monk reclining on a sacrificial altar. A deep groove bisects its chest. The monk's face looks almost exactly like the custodian. The inscription reads, "Only when thy friend is sacrificed, when his cries fill the air, will the great doors open to thee." Dick. And slice. And slice. Alright, so. Arcane documents and treatments for the demonic arts. Paul daren't touch them for the fear of the taint of evil. As further proof of the heresy within this dark cathedral, a table bears arcane documents. Diagrams and sigils pertaining to the demonic craft are scattered across the recently used table. Yeah, it's the same as the other side. The shelf appears to be recessed into the wall, not quite as flush as the others in the room, almost as if it could slide inward. Yay. Goodbye, tiny zombie. There we go, the Pargon room. Another page. Diary page 3. With a shudder, my heart turned to ice. I came to the brutal realization that the entire order were heretics, and I was in incredible jeopardy. Who knows how long they had kept their dark secret, masquerading as custodians of the hand of Jude, when in fact they guarded the damnable relic, the essence of the unholy Ulioth, and used it to lure potential victims to their hideous sacrifice. I felt sick, and despite my faith, I felt intense fear and hopelessness. I know that I must escape this place before they suspect my knowledge. I must warn the world and notify the real Inquisition of their presence. Knowing death is just around the corner and fearing every moment, I commit these words to paper. Augustine will find this book. Now remove certain pages and hide them so that all who may follow might discover the truth before it's too late. I feel like that didn't quite work out. Yeah, door's locked. I thought there was a secret passage to the right last time we were here. Man, look at that JPEG. Alright. Yeah, a different angle now. You know, it's a small thing, but like, games that have 3D environments that still use like preset camera angles, just moving the camera angle in a later revisit of an area can really change the tone. It's the kind of control you don't have when you allow the player to control the camera. It gives you much more control of the atmosphere. You know, you say that, Cat. What about now?
Brother Andrew suspected Augustine all along.
There we go.
I managed to find remnants of his journal, and it all points to Augustine's involvement with a paganistic cult operating inside the cathedral.
Pagans?
Aye, the cathedral's dark secret has been uncovered. I too suspected this, but was too afraid to act. Augustine himself is a heretic.
He has covered his tracks well, claiming that the sacred relic, the Hand of Jude, was stored here. He had those who came to see it murdered. The Hand of Jude never existed.
And with that realization, the trap closes, brother. My days here are numbered. I awoke to find this cruel dagger placed upon my pillow this morn. It can only mean one thing.
Yeah, it says to me someone's fucking with you.
And they are moving to
Also, you should probably
silence.
lock your door while you're sleeping.
I can only hope that what little faith I have left is enough to save my soul. Please, take this thing away from me. Its very sight troubles me to no end. May your faith protect thee, Brother Luther. That's all you have.
Not sure. I also have this sword and this bitchin' mace. And he's gone. Curious. Most curious. Alright, let's go and wrap this chapter up. Slice. Any more? Alright. Let's re-enchant this. The only time anything like that is ever a consideration is in Maximilian Roivas' chapter. Because partly through his chapter, his servants start being possessed by bone thieves and they'll attack you. The bone thieves are the enemies that will dig inside a person's body and take control of them. So there's no exterior proof that they're being controlled. With this in mind, what you can do is you can start attacking them before they attack you. But take into consideration that what that essentially means is you are killing your servants because you are convinced there are monsters inside them controlling them. That's a bone thief. That's a good name, Bone Thief. Oh, there's a secret bone. The monk in the effigy has been sacrificed. A dagger protrudes from the deep groove within his chest. Echoes of his screams still reverberate in Paul's ears. It's probably fine though. Can I save? Yes, awesome. Been a little while. Paul's progress forward is blocked by a corrosive spell. Obviously someone wants to keep intruders at bay and this lethal magic is just the way to do it. Alright, where's my spell book? Perfect. I think that's probably just to make sure that you did get the 5-pointed circle. Lying in a pool of his own blood is the custodian, Paul's only ally in the fight in the dark. His soul no doubt lingers, fused to the altar on which his life was taken, watching over his own rapidly cooling corpse, till Feeling all hope escape him, Paul's situation is suddenly 1,000 times more desperate than before. Now he is alone. Alone against the darkness.
You are a clever man, Brother Luther.
Oh, hey, Augustine.
Wanting answers to clarify your new position as fugitive. You seek them out, and this is what you find.
It's kind of fucked.
Tell me, what does a man such as yourself think of when he finds a viper's nest of heresy? When he finds the very source of corruption?
I think of irony. Irony of what you, masquerading as a member of the Inquisition, stand for. And that you stand for evil.
Evil is merely a perspective which no longer concerns me, Luther. You will be executed in the most painful manner imaginable. After we have broken your frail body and mind in the name of our true Lord, Chattoya. Come, my children. Feast on this morsel, and let us return to our preparations.
Oh no, 2 bone thieves. That's some good work there, Augustine. Big prick. Alright. Angling from worn iron chains, burning censers fill the room with a fetid incense. Acrid smoke rises from what can only be burning flesh. Well, what's that? Alright. How deep does this place go? The door is decorated more than most within the catacombs. Sensing an immense evil behind this door, Paul wonders if the ceremony the monk had mentioned earlier is taking place behind it. Did Paul enter and put an end to the heresy? Fucking do it, Paul. Wow. What a room. Oh.
This is the one that seeks to do combat with me.
Kick his ass, Paul.
Your task, my liege and greater guardian, is to guard this place. Do not worry about this worm. His kind yelps in terror at the sight of your mightiness. We will dispose of him ourselves.
Good work, Paul.
If I am to guard this place, then I will do it as I see fit. Be gone, leave me, and I will guard the artifact as you have instructed.
A note from Edward. My dearest Alex, I'm glad that you've followed my paper trail thus far. I knew I could depend on you. This will be the hardest part of your journey. Look for the 88 keys to continue your journey into the past. Your loving grandfather, Edward. There we go. This room, I think. Seeing the piano stirred up the distant recollections of Paul Luther's story in Alex's mind. The echoes of those notes within the cathedral echo also within her own consciousness. Her hands are drawn to the keys, almost of their own accord. The Forbidden City.
I am not a human being! I am an animal! Cold-blooded!
So this is actually an interesting scene.
Who are you?
I am your lord and conqueror.
What manner of forsaken being are you?
So, you can see me in my true form. You are a gifted man. Take this one and use him as the foundation for the pillar. He is special and should be given a special place among the suffering.
So, that character, it's theorized, is a cut character. It was originally intended to have a playable chapter, but didn't end up with it. We do know there was intended to be a chapter featuring a Templar. But that was cut due to 9/11. I think that's part of what that is, at least.
Much has been written about the exploits of conquerors. In the context of history, one man's champion is another man's nemesis, hero or murderer. Much has been written, but what has not is far more interesting. The Tome of Eternal Darkness mentions a Venetian artist and architect of the Renaissance named Roberto Bianchi. Roaming abroad to find inspiration, he was captured by a warlord expanding his empire. He forced Roberto to use his architectural and engineering skills to construct a monument to his greatness. To complete his task, he must survey the site.
Survey the site quickly, dog, and maybe you'll live long enough to see the sacrament's construction. Did you think we would trust you, Bianchi? Even though you are graced with the generosity of our liege, you are still his prisoner. As I said, finish your work quickly, and maybe we'll drag you out of this hole.
Roberto must survey the ruins of this ancient temple. The rooms he must survey can be found on the map. Only when these areas have been inspected can the construction begin. Man, I forgot how much health Bianchi has. Alright, so. Those two rooms with the X's. That room. And those two rooms. So 5 rooms. Oh, we're back in Persia. Which means I also need to make sure I find the next effigy. Not this room. Frantic worker looking for answers to questions that can't seem to be answered. He hopes Roberto is there to save them and longs to see his family and friends once he escapes. This man won't escape. He'll die here. That skull texture looks familiar. Possibly, I think that might be from the menu in Blood Omen. But also, like, the fact you can see they've just used that skull texture like over this area and stretched it out looks terrible. So, fortunately, this chapter has a very visible ending, like you know when the ending's coming. Because once you've surveyed all 5 areas, you just go back to the beginning, and that's it. One of Roberto's fellow slaves lies dead. His wounds seem to have attracted the attention of the beasts, for they have been gnawed open, spilling his innards onto the dusty floor. The structure around here shows signs of stress, far from sound. Perhaps with some reinforcement it might be able to suit the requirements of the monument. Just going to save these. Ah, there we go. Safe. Safe. Curved Arabic sword with a distinctive pommel. Scythe is a standard weapon of Middle Eastern armies. A single-handed weapon.
It's a weapon!
That's a good one. Good timing. Place. Oh. Alright, we got a way out. Now the walls are bleeding again. Which is weird, because my sanity is pretty close to max. Dust and rock falls from the roof through a fault in the stone. Difficult for Roberto to assess how sturdy the place is, but it needs a lot of reinforcement if it's to be built on. Ooh, crossbow. Yep, back to the screaming face room. All Luther. And of course, Max. Bianchi does not have a lot of magic. The worker is surprised to see Roberto. He confesses to cowardice as he stayed behind while others ventured further into the complex. When he heard the screams of the others, he dared not move. And trappers. Alright, seems to be all of them. God damn it. And we're out. You, come here. Stab the bot. Summon the zombie. And those rats are evil. Okay, so that says this is a dead end. Those are crossbow bolts. Alright, let's do this. Once you get the spells for it, this game becomes really easy to deal with. Worker's corpse lies amidst a pile of rubble. Man's body had been pulverized by being thrown against a wall with such ferocity that it had collapsed. from behind as he ran from his attacker. Okay. Ravaged corpses litter the room, flesh has been devoured in place, and decomposition is already setting. Good day, gentlemen.
Catch you fuckers at a bad time?
Alright. Although crumbling in places, the structure of this area can be braced to provide enough foundation for the monument. That man is staring at me. No. And you son of a bitch. Nothing I need in here, it looks like. Alright. Go in here. Don't go in there. This room down here looks like a dead end, so I should definitely check it out. And trappers. Yeah, there's a key there. There we go. And a slice. If you're not going to take advantage of monster infighting, then what's the point of it? I don't think there's anything around this area. Right, take the key. to the Forgotten Corridor. What up, Grandpa?
Help me, Grandpa. I can't take this anymore.
Don't be so weak, Alex. You have a stronger mind than this. I didn't bring up a weakling. Not a scared wretch of a girl.
You kept all this from me. You kept me alone. You shared nothing with me.
I couldn't. I could never give you the burden. I just wanted you to grow up. To grow up and leave me alone. Why couldn't you have been killed with your parents?
This isn't really happening!
Cool. Anyway. I'm really not fond of the reveal invisible spell because, like, it lingers, and what it really does is just tint the screen a specific colour. And I find that very unappealing. Bodies of dead slayers lurk the corridor, most likely victims of the wandering denizens of the temple. Desperate bid to escape ended in a mire of blood and pain. To examine this area. Ah! Eat that subtlety. Carving depicts a man's skeletal remains in a cruel embrace of a multitude of worm-like creatures. Are these the things that killed the men in this room? What men? Man babbles incoherently about worms devouring his countrymen, and Roberto will be next. Hideous bas relief adorns the monolith. Humans thrown into a nest of huge worms. People have been sacrificed, ingested by the worms to fuel some unknown, unfathomable process. The dilapidated roof appears to be collapsing in several areas. It's been collapsing in several areas and will need a lot of reinforcement. Workers will have a daunting task ahead of them. And pull the lever, Gronk. Awesome. Do a fresh text. The game gets way too liberal with these damage tile flaws. They end up being so common. And they're just kind of tedious. Alright. Spell. Summon zombie. That reminds me, I should save. There we go. Going down. I'm doing this the old-fashioned way, I guess. Alright, so what's around the corner?
Venture no further.
Hey, Kareem.
Or be struck down where you stand.
Who? What?
I am the guardian of this temple, the Forbidden City. None shall enter except the chosen.
Hello.
Speak. You are the chosen. For many years I have tested those who came here, and all have failed. You are unaffected by the power I wield, and thus must surely be the chosen.
Either that or you're losing your touch.
Once I was as you were, confused and without answers. Yet they came in time.
And I will share none of
now
them with
my
you.
duty is complete. I can finally rest. My sacrifice was not in vain.
Monument of Zelta. Roberto can feel the acidic touch of the artifact's magic reaching towards him. Using a shred of cloth from his robes to shield his hands, he retrieves the hovering artifact. The room appears to be an incredibly ancient shrine to the ancients, as noted in the tongue of eternal darkness. Could this be what Roberto's captor seeks to preserve within his monument? I think it's an interesting thing in that everybody seems to be able to tell that touching... There we go, I can go back. Touching one of the artifacts is a really bad idea. Everybody except Pius. Construct of human bones lashed together to form a small shrine. Shaded skin tucked together fists, making the light cast eerie shadows on the walls that glow with a warmth of their own. Something that I've missed. Because I should have gotten a second effigy. check down here one more time. Things is what I'm always doing, Teak. I'm never not stabbing things. How you doing, Teak? There's a thing there. And you're out of suggestion. What is this? Abandoned library of sorts. A small collection of rotted, useless books lies amidst smashed pottery and debris. That's like one book. Worker is surprised to see Roberto. Missing.
And what news do you bring me, Architect?
The foundations are infested. Demons and devils.
Many lives will be lost if you try to build there.
You have done well to complete your goal.
So, went through the whole thing. Where did I miss it? What's going on Twitch? Transparency reporting is an important measure of accountability that provides insight into how we are improving safety on Twitch. No, I reset the game, Bane. Also, welcome in, Bane. I know you've been lurking. I reset the game because I don't want to miss the effigy. If we miss the effigy here, we can't get the enchanted gladius for the final fight. I'll be fucked if I'm going to do that fight without that. So I just looked up where to get it. I already did it before. Did I have trouble finding this one last time we did this? Because I know I did end up with all 3 effigies in the enchanted gladius. How you doing, Ben? Yeah, that's fair. It's been like 3 years. I'm surprised it took me this long to get back to it. I'm doing alright. Yeah, I'm doing alright. I need to look at what my schedule's going to be for next week. Yeah, I can't. Can't really disagree with that, too. The very early days, yeah. Man, 3 years ago. You know, it's entirely possible I did have trouble with that last time, because honestly, that's kind of bullshit. The hope is you just run out here with the spell still active and notice it. But no, this game really could do with some kind of update. Chances are it'll never get a remake or a sequel. I'd like to see some sort of fan hack that improves some of the later chapters. Because we've been seeing that quite a bit with games of this era. Games like ROM hacks and mods that change and improve stuff. Like Super Mario Sunburn or Shadow the Hedgehog Reloaded. And like stuff that, I don't know, give me some kind of fan hack that just lets me skip doing like, all the setup for the summoning spell as Alex or as Edward. Because doing that twice is just tedious and unnecessary and padding, or like remove the yellow floors, the damage floors, because they're entirely pointless. I don't know. It is not. No, Eternal Darkness is one of those GameCube games that is only available on GameCube. I don't think it's as pricey as other GameCube games, but like you're probably paying at least £50 to pick up a copy. There we go.
And what news do you bring me, Architect?
The foundations are infested.
Yeah.
Demons and devils. Many lives will be lost if you try to build there.
You have done well to complete your goal, Bianchi. The construction will continue as planned.
But the demons! You'd be insane to build there.
Silence, dog! What dwells beneath the Forbidden City is the very reason it was built. For you to understand, you must witness it firsthand. Let me educate you. Guards! Put this one with the others of the sacrifice.
There are quite a few times in this game, though, where it shows that it was originally a Nintendo 64 game.
Since no one knows the remedy for your iniquity except me, you are wicked, but I am more wicked than you. So be silent. Now you, Architect, you are
like, this isn't just because I'm emulating this at a higher resolution than it was originally intended. You can tell this was originally intended as a 64 game. Like, when you play it on GameCube. Man, that's brutal. Fortunately, we are reaching the stage where GameCube emulation is more and more achievable. I think there's specific points where you can notice it a lot of the time with like really low resolution JPEGs as backgrounds. An unseen force guides Alex's hand towards the painting, compelling her to look behind it. She's out and pulls back the painting and discovers a chapter page. War to end all wars.
The Black Guardian grows restless, my liege. Its hunger increases,
and the binding continues to weaken. We feed it flesh, but I fear it will not guard the relic too much longer.
There is no choice in the matter. It must remain and guard the artifact until the time of planetary alignment. After that, the Guardian may return
I mean,
to
on a
its
hardware side, Seek, rather than a software. The hardware to be capable of emulating it is more and more affordable.
It is imperative to keep the binding intact.
Then we have to find more flesh and bone.
Anyway. I mean, a large part of that is to, like, just how well optimized and developed Dolphin is. So going forward, like, the
war to end all
stuff
wars,
that we really want to push forward with
looked at
now
war and the
is
value of
PS2
human
emulation, which has
Over
gotten quite interesting.
19,000 men lost their lives every day in the trenches of the Somme. Some say uselessly.
Aether SX2 has been a
some
really
invoke a higher
fascinating
cause.
development on
I read accounts of the
Android.
slaughter from many journalists who spent time
When
in the
that came out,
trenches.
all of a sudden,
But I found the
like,
account of a
PS2
certain
emulation
Peter
on
Jacob
Android
to
was
be the
more
most
than
horrible of
achievable.
all.
It was doable.
His implication about the ancients'
Reasonably.
involvement with the
I can
war
sit down and
was
play Final
hideous
Fantasy X
and so obvious.
on
With
an
the horror
Android
of
system.
the Battle of the Somme scant miles away, and the distant echoes of
No
pounding
tweaking
artillery,
required. It requires very
a
little
young
power,
journalist
surprisingly,
named
Final
Peter
Fantasy
Jacob
X.
researched his latest story from the front lines.
And
grim
while we
task
do end up
brought
with
him to
the
Oubliette
usual
Cathedral,
concern of, like,
now
you don't want to
transformed
do this
into a
stuff on your
field
phone,
hospital.
there's a lot of Android handhelds out there now.
I find no solace in the purpose behind all the senseless
Oh, hey, Michael
violence
Bell.
that surrounds me. Young men die at a rate unheard of in centuries of warfare.
Like, previously it was just stuff like the GPD Win, which was very expensive.
Burnt your flesh. Men so gorgeous.
But now, like, there's a lot more that's just available, and like I say, the power required is becoming cheaper and cheaper for it. It's really cool. The earth was created in 6 days, so too shall it be destroyed, and on the 7th day mankind will rest in peace. Private Reginald Jackson to his love, Margaret. I was admitted to this hospital on Tuesday. The damage caused to my legs was slight, but there is no way I could ever walk normally again. I hate this place. Every day I'm reminded that I will never be able to do the things I love. The hospital is a very strange place. Converted from an old cathedral, there is an odd atmosphere around it. Silent but for the words of the wounded, calling out in the night. There is no doubt that it is haunted. What I find most odd in this place is that you never see anyone leave during the day. It's just not right. Goodbyes or farewells, just an empty bed when you wake. Get the fuck up out of here and fuck this shit on out. With the war being so close, a curfew has been imposed. Travelling outside the hospital is not a safe thing to do, since intruders will likely be shot on sight. Peter decides to remain inside. Guard shifts about, obviously bored with his duty and awaiting a replacement or perhaps a call to arms. With a motherly voice, the nurse advises that Peter get some rest. Stacked deeply on the landing, crates of medical supplies await use. Syrettes of morphine, bandages, tourniquets, antiseptics, the list goes on and on. So I mentioned this during, like, yesterday when I was playing Terminator Resistance. Like, I remember when games would just use the Red Cross symbol for, like, health and stuff. And then eventually, like, the Red Cross organization got really angry and started threatening to sue games that did it, and now the games can't do it anymore. Second letter from Private Reginald Jackson to his love Margaret. I've been here for over a week now, and there is no word when I'll be allowed to leave. Strange things have been happening. At night, the sounds of the hospital change. Echoes of voices that don't belong to anyone haunt the walls and corridors. The restless ghosts, perhaps, or sounds of movement, or whispers. I've seen war firsthand, and the sounds at night in this hospital scare me more than I ever thought possible. What is going on here at night? Why do I feel so threatened? My fears are worsened by the talk of other young soldiers. One said he heard cries for help in the middle of the night, cries that were only answered by snarls of rage and not compassion. Another said Lance Corporal Haskell has not been discharged but had gone missing. I stare at his empty bed with a sense of unholy dread, gnawing at my heart. Yeah, medkits and such, yeah. Yeah, like, it was just kind of the universal symbol for health for a long time. Like, pretty much every game used that red plus symbol to denote health, medical supplies, whatever. I guess nobody realized it was trademarked. Strange that it took so long to, like, be dealt with, considering how widespread it was. Covered with blood-stained sheets, these poor souls have passed from this world. For them, the suffering is over, but for those around them, the ordeal continues. Tell me what to do. The soldier is rather distressed. Perhaps he has lost a lot of friends to the trenches of the Somme. He finds that the only stories are sad ones, and the only true heroes are in the mortuary. Exactly, it's not like it was only a few games that did it, it was universal, like you say. Abruptly, the guard asks if Peter has clearance to the old tower as it is a restricted area. Peter finds a sealed envelope that seems to have been left behind. Official note on Army Regulations Stationery. The note reads, Private Thompson, by order of Lieutenant Hargreaves, on behalf of His Royal Highness King George V, you are to leave your post of duty and rally in the street outside Oubliette Cathedral. Further orders will be presented at the rallying point. God save the king. What? (1916), so chances are at this point America hasn't joined the war yet. The guard unfolds the orders and begins to read them before exclaiming, Bloody hell, lad! We must be on the offensive! Following the orders, he takes leave of his post. I thought they joined it in 16. But no, that's fair enough. You'd probably know better than I would, Ben. Thank you. so everybody here is English or French. I have a gun. Oh, goodness. Stacked like logs, Peter stands before the price of human war. Bloodied corpses of young men who have made the ultimate sacrifice to defend their countries and those of others. April 6th, 1917. Thank you. Designed to muster patriotic feelings, these posters declare that the Allies are fighting the good fight. Small comfort for the occupants of the room, whose spent corpses lie on the cold cathedral floor. After the sinking of Lusitania in German interference in Mexican politics. Roberto Bianchi. Then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do a quick be right back. Stretch it a little. I'll let it go for a bit while longer. So I'm gonna do a be right back, and then we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned for more history from our wonderful moderators. Yeah, we're back. Hey, Amanda. Why is this letter have a stain on it? Alright, so the lights have gone out. There are bone thieves. All I have is a gun. Oh, she's dead. Okay, there's a lot of bone thieves. God lies dead at the foot of the steps, viciously assassinated by the creatures now infesting the cathedral. He went quickly and without much of a struggle. Oh, Flame got him? Oh, I missed Flame. That was not the healing spell, Flame. That was absolutely nothing. The Paragon is a power rune. It enhances the spell that you're currently casting. Chaturga is an alignment. You can't have two of those in a single spell, and there is no 4-point magic. The healing spell Recover is Nerakath and Santak. So you would be after Nerakath, Santak, Chaturga. Or Nerakath, Santak, Paragon, Chaturga, Paragon. Well, she's dead. I would like a weapon. Punch a zombie in the face. No, the gun's not good enough. What kind of crazy person are you? Your sword. There we go. Chrono, can you please direct me to the train station? You know what? I'm debating doing FF7 Remake again soon anyway. So, like, I'll do... when we get there, I'll do that then. There's a sword. Alright, let's go kill everything. So Flame, I see you've been doing Hexen. How has that been going? I would have liked to have been there, actually. I'm always down for... No, it wasn't Hex, it was Heretic. So how's that been going? I would have liked to have been there. I'm always down for, like, some of the earlier Raven stuff. Did Heretic have expansions? Was there four episodes overall in Heretic? I don't know, I might be wrong. Well, you say it's story. I guess you're talking about the Serpent Riders. In which case, it's continued in Hexen, then Hexen 2. Heretic 2 follows Corvus again. But the last of the Serpent Riders that killed is in Heretic 2. What is it? Disperal in Heretic, Korvax in Hexen, and Eidolon in Hexen 2. Boxes of medical supplies awaiting use in treatment, covered with bloody fingerprints. It's hard to tell whether they're actually used to save lives or just related to suffering. You guys lost after killing you. Well, Disperal curses him to wander the realms, which is only ended at the start of Heretic 2. It's possible that one day I'll do Heretic on stream. Because, like, that runs no problem through GZ Doom, I think. Like, should be simple enough to get running. I don't want to do Hexen. Absolutely fucking not. Get off me, you bitch.
This...
No, as far as I'm aware, because it's like, Disperal is killed by Corvus in Heretic. And then Horax is killed in Hexen. Yeah, fuck Hexen 1. I wouldn't do Hexen 1. And then Eidolon, the last of them, is in Hexen 2. Unless there's a fourth Serpent Rider. Oh hey, a rifle. Yeah, I'd probably be down to do Heretic. It's simple enough while still having some really nice improvements over Doom. But like, no, I would not do Hexen. Absolutely not. Which is a shame, because like, as far as games built on the Doom engine go, one of the Cathedral's guards lies dead by his post. His death was sudden and violent. His limbs twisted at odd angles with a trickle of blood issuing from his mouth and ears. Like, on a technical level, Hexen is like the most impressive Doom engine game. That's a 7 point. Like, it does stuff with the Doom engine that is just downright impressive and insane. Shelling has knocked out the Cathedral's generator. The organ cannot be used without a supply of power. Probably reused if the power is restored. But like, Hexen is just not fun to play. A desk kept meticulously clean. Peter is surprised that it's not more chaotic for a frontline hospital. After all, isn't this where the death certificates are written? Yeah, I think, like, because they all run on a Doom engine, I think just, like, loading the WAD files into GZ Doom will have them all running with, like, controller support and such. Oh, Flame, I don't know if I ended up mentioning to you, but I bought Star Wars Dark Forces on PC, because I found a Source Engine port for it. Not complete, but working enough that it's absolutely playable. So, you know, if you want to do, like, really good old Doom clone first-person shooters, there's that. Like the Marie Celeste, the desk hasn't been touched in some time, as though its user suddenly turned away and never returned. Half-finished letter speaks silent, unfinished activity. Yeah, because Bane, you probably saw my one-off on Star Wars Dark Forces on PlayStation. And, like, great game. PlayStation port has controller issues that ultimately make it harder to play than it should be. The PC version never had that issue. Its biggest problem, if you play it... That's fair enough then. Hope your class goes well then. The biggest issue with playing Dark Forces on PC is you're going to run it through DOSBox. If you can deal with that, it plays mostly fine. Though it does have some keyboard aiming, which... But like, I found a decent source port that isn't complete, but like it's good enough. And it offers everything you want a source port to offer, including higher resolution, widescreen support, and controller support, and it works really well. Yes, yeah, I think we might have talked about that before. The workings of the pipe organ have remained mostly the same since installation. Originally the bellows were driven manually, now they are steam-powered, and the organ controlled electrically. This might be one of the oldest restored pipe organs in the world. But yeah, the strafe button on PS1 Dark Forces is like a real problem. If they mapped strafing to the shoulder buttons, it would be entirely playable. But yeah, so as it is now, because I saw it on sale recently, I was like, okay, is there anything that can be done with this? So I was looking into it, I was like, yeah, there's a semi-complete source port being made for the Jedi engine, which is what Dark Forces runs on, and one other game that LucasArts developed called Outlaws. A soldier's body lies on the floor, far from the front line this poor man met his end. His fate far removed from his brothers in arms, a victim of the cathedral rather than by bullet or bayonet. But yeah, currently it only supports Dark Forces. But like, it's functional enough that I ended up buying Dark Forces for PC. Testing it out, and now I've added Dark Forces to the list for Star Wars month next year. So we'll be doing Dark Forces. Perched on the wall beside the generator in an open-faced fuse box. A fuse appears to be missing. You shouldn't do this in real life. Peter puts the lucky penny in place of the missing fuse. It fits quite nicely, but there isn't any power running through the current. Nothing happens, and Peter retrieves the penny and places it in his pocket. The device appears to be a steam-powered generator. It sits idly waiting for steam to be supplied to it. There's a lever, presumably to switch the generator on or off. There's a grating of metal on metal, but nothing else. There's no steam coming into the generator. There's some good stuff. I'm looking forward to it as well. Like, I've thrown Rogue Squadron 2 in there because I'm down to do that again. And it's like a one-session thing. Like, that playthrough I recorded of Rogue Squadron 2 for the channel, that was one sitting. I did that in like 3 hours. I'm excited to go back to KOTOR 2. Old, rusted, but faithful for many years, a coal-burning boiler provides heat and steam to the cathedral complex. Currently no pressure being diverted to the generator. But yeah, like, KOTOR 2 I'm really looking forward to doing on PC. They've improved that PC version quite a bit as well. Like, it came out on Steam and it has Steam Workshop support. And, like, controller support and everything, so it's really nice. Honestly, probably not, Bane. I mean, back for that Star Wars month I did do on the Let's Play channel, I did take a look at Rebel Assault 1, and I found it to be really unfun to play. This room is used to store coal for use in the steam boiler that powers the cathedral's generator. Small piles are all that's left, and with the almost endless war, resupply is long off. I need to set these up again. Ansabok and Magmore. It was part of a bundle because I ended up playing it for like maybe 10 minutes. So I did that and Star Wars Arcade for the Sega 32X as well, in the same video. Welcome back, Flame. We're talking about Star Wars. Narakath and Santak. Yes, Dark Forces, which doesn't run on a Doom engine. It runs on an engine created by... It was created internally at LucasArts. The Jedi engine. Let's see, Narakath and Redgamore. Tyr and Aratak. Nethlek and Redgamore. Dark Forces predate the build engine. 95. Ken Silverman was working on the build engine at that time. Duke Nukem 3D came out in 96, but Tech War predates that. That was also 96. I feel like Dark Forces predates it. Bankarok and Redgamore. Well, if we're going to talk history of, if we're going to talk history of the build engine, we have to include Tech War. And Witch Haven. Bankarok and Santek. I think both of those predate Duke Nukem forever. Duke Nukem 3D. Hey, how you doing, Ninja? Yeah, I think that's good. It's okay, Ninja. You're only 2.5 hours late. But yeah, like we got some good stuff coming up for Star Wars month next year. I'm looking forward to it. It's gonna be like it's gonna be a good return of Star Wars month. I'd like to see who try what flame. I pressed the wrong button and I don't have the magic for that spell. Well, I'm planning to go for quite a while with this. How is it? A, B, Y, X, B, Y, A. Incredibly old but well-preserved pipe organ. The workmanship is exquisite but borders on grotesque. Tiny demonic figures hide within the swirling facade designs, almost invisible to the eye. Yeah, you shouldn't do Hexen. It's not worth it. Take it down, down, down. 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 The tabernacle is almost empty of all the things that should be there, such as holy water and other ritualistic items. There's only a door handle. Okay. You fucker. Some programming shit. Oh no. Man, you people and your multi-streams. Every now and then teeth comes up in like, but every time we talk about teeth, it's always in like how horrifying they are. It's amazing. Don't forget hair. Like, hair can be scary. I've played some weird Japanese horror games that have, like, hair as, like, a specific horror thing. It's always black hair. I suppose that's because, like, that's just what hair is for the most part in Japan, isn't it? Just, like, black hair. A lot of black-haired scary women. Yeah. What am I thinking of? I got scared when you said women. The Grudge game? Did you want the Grudge on Wii? Yeah, honestly, for me, it makes no difference whether I'm killed on a Saturday night, a Friday night, Tuesday night. I should save. Cannot be killed on Thursday. Our religion forbids it. Well. Yes, Flame? I mean, you could always die on your way to your buddy.
Imagine it.
I'm not enjoying the new job, and the inconsistent schedule is frustrating. It's part of the reason why streaming's been so inconsistent lately. That and just general depression. God damn it. No, my nightmares don't involve feet. Alright, let's go kill that thing. Man, that shield did not last. No, I don't see that as much of a possibility. That's an interesting one. That's an interesting point, Flame. I've watched 2 people in like the last year play Metroid Fusion without knowing exactly what they're supposed to be doing. No, you see, Flame, I'll do Claire B, and I'll do Claire B specifically to annoy Ninja. I don't have a problem with Claire B, I like Claire B. 3rd letter from Private Reginald Jackson to his love Margaret. It's been 2 weeks since Haskell went missing, and I'm afraid to go to sleep. More than once I saw shadows of people moving past my bed, peeking through the blinds to see a wounded soldier being taken from his bed, drugged and delirious in the dead of night, never to be seen again. As Haskell was, perhaps as I will be. What happened to them? I don't know. I am afraid to ask what happened, but I know that I would surely be the next one to be taken into the darkness. No, I've done Claire B multiple times. I honestly, there are parts about it I like more than Claire A, like having less to do with Sherry. The table is stacked full of occult items, far beyond anything Peter had expected. He uncovers bizarre drawings of unnatural creatures, animated corpses, and other ethereal nightmares. Deathmatch. Team deathmatch. Yeah, shoot that motherfucker. And reload while walking, Peter. One thing I enjoy about playing RE3 is the possibility of not being able to do it without dying. At this point, RE2, like when I was doing RE2 for the 10 years of Resident Evil, I've done it too much. An array of lit candles bestow an eerily dark light upon a bas relief on the wall. Strange, primitive, and disturbing imagery covers the shrine, evoking a sense of ancient evil. I enjoy RE3. Like, the variations you get, I find to be, like, really entertaining. RE2 was kind of one of my comfort games, but I've done it too often. Yeah, I always instantly remember RE2 as well. Consequence of having done it so often. For the most part, I remember RE3. I don't think I forgot anything during the playthrough that we did for the 10 years of Resident Evil. Isn't it NTC 0397? A milky blue bottle. Ancient stone is drenched with blood, scarred by the countless strikes of a sacrificial knife. Stone reeks of the pain and torment inflicted upon it. The air is cold, filled with lingering spirits. Peter can feel their sullen despair as they witnessed every sacrifice with horror and disgust. They writhe in the dank air with his every breath, begging for help he cannot give, for release from their unholy tomb. See, my big concern with that kind of thing, Ninja, is like one day I won't be able to do the million stabbing Devil May Cry. Like one day I'm just not going to be able to do all of that stuff in Devil May Cry. One day I won't be able to do the torture sequence in Metal Gear Solid. I mean, no, if we can't do Stinger, then something's wrong. Have a damn raising those, bitch. What was I looking at playing recently? I had Jennifer Hale in it. It was earlier today, what was it? It was in the Steam sale. I can't remember. Soldier's cold and stiff body lies sprawled on the steps. Peter attempts to flip the corpse over to discover his identity, but all that's left is the man's face is a ruined mass of eaten flesh. Doesn't look like it though. I mean, honestly, Flame, Jennifer Hale, like, if you'd said most games before 2007, yeah. Jennifer Hale kind of just stopped appearing in games for a while, it felt like. Like, it felt like a lot of the old guard just kind of disappeared from video games. Jennifer Hale, Phil Lamar, John DiMaggio. Like, they were still doing stuff, but it wasn't video games, it felt like. I mean, I was never really sick of Jennifer Hale. Possibly because she was never, like, the main character in everything. It was part of the problem with Nolan North, and is one of the big problems with Troy Baker these days. Being main characters in damn near everything. Jennifer Hale was never the main character in everything. She was main characters, but then also side characters in plenty of things, where other people were main characters. Soldier's cold and stiff body. Okay, it's the same description as before. You say that, Flame, but there was also, like, just a lot of talented actors in a lot of stuff back then. It's like, yeah, she's in a bunch of Metal Gear Solid games. She's Dr. Naomi Hunter in the first one, Emma Emmerich in the second, she comes back as Naomi in the 4. But, like, those games were full of really good voice actors to the point where none of them really outshined the others. Let me see. Ansabok, and Redgamore. Well, it's interesting you say that, Flame, because she is also the main character of this game. But with the way this game works, Alex Roivas, the main character, is mostly present at the start and then the end. The entire middle, she's just a framing device for the most part. Ansabok and Redgamore. Yeah, for the most part. Go with 5 point. Woolly off. Down. Yeah, I had a friend in college who was really into Mass Effect, but I didn't have a console that could play them. So I didn't really care a whole lot. And then when I got a PS3, it was like, here's Mass Effect 2, play Mass Effect 2. Here's my PlayStation Network account so you can get all the DLC. Play it. And I was like, alright. It's not like I had a whole lot else going on. I enjoyed it well enough. Corridor is ended by an elaborate door decorated in a manner much different from the others within the cathedral. Peter senses an unbearable evil beyond the door. When he reaches to open it, fear creeps into his gut and he begins to eat at his soul. Did Peter open the door? See, at the time, I didn't really have a choice because I got a PS3. So it was like, okay, Mass Effect 1 isn't on PS3 and probably never will be. And then it eventually came out on PS3 after Mass Effect 3. And part of the DLC that my friend had that he gave me access to was also the Genesis comic that takes you through the story of the first game and lets you make some other choices. Alright, bear with me a second, guys. I'm gonna have to actually focus on this. Close. Not doing anything. I hate this boss fight every playthrough. Bastard. Yeah, I saved Ashley. Oh no, this thing's immune to gun. That's one idea I do actually quite like about the Demi-Fiend fight in Digital Devil Saga. The idea is that he's equipped with the mecha-chronos Magatama, which makes him immune to everything except Almighty, I think, in Nocturne. So he's immune to everything in Digital Devil Saga except the elements that weren't in Nocturne, which is Earth and Gun.
You bore me flesh and bone.
Nope. This might work. Oh crap. Oh, that's bullshit. Thing goes through my shield. Yeah, you can hit him with gun, because it's not an element that's covered by Masacados. It's not that he's weak to it, it's that he's vulnerable to it. Like I say, it's a concept that I find like really neat in the game. Damn cunt waffle. Yeah, this boss isn't fun regardless of what alignment you choose. That's fucking bullshit. You know what it's gonna be, like, once we figure out how to damage it, the fight will go so quick. Come on. I really hate these unskippable cutscenes. Oh, I added Devil May Cry 5 to the schedule, so we're going to do it after Terminator Resistance. Because I want to do Devil May Cry 5.
You bore me flesh and bone.
There it is. Yeah, you bitch. Alright, I think I figured it out. And I'm always down to take more sound alerts, Bane. Interesting timing on that one.
The self-destruct sequence has been activated. Repeat, the self-destruct sequence has been activated. This sequence may not be aborted. All employees proceed to the emergency car at the bottom platform.
Homer sleeps nude in an oxygen tent, which he believes gives him sexual powers.
Come on, shoot the things at me again. Yeah, it's fair enough, man. I'll check it out when we're done here. God damn it. Alright. That's crazy, Flame. You should probably get some sleep. Go and do it, you fucking bitch. Hey, kinda got it. I mean, we all have a grudge against Ninja. Okay, if I work out the timing on this...
You are worthy.
Objection!
Man, same twice in a row.
Die, monster! You don't belong in this world!
Come on, get in there, get in there. Freaking cast it then, goddamn. Freaking bullshit. I hate the way the game replenishes magic. No, I've got a random sound button. I have a button on my stream deck. I press it, it plays one of our sound alerts at random.
Failure.
Like that.
Catch you fuckers at a bad time?
What a thrill, with darkness and silence through the night.
Just a moment.
Alright. Can we do 7 point? You're fucking kidding me, that was too early. Why aren't you doing the thing? Do the goddamn thing where you're drawing energy. Goddamn fight is awful. I'd say like this is probably the point where the game just stops being as enjoyable. Because like after this we've got Edward's chapter, which has us running through the Forgotten City. Like dealing with the vampire is just not fun. Running through the Forgotten City, having to activate all 9 points, which means going through 9 separate teleports. And Michael's chapter's not bad, it's just kind of meh. And then I think after that is Alex. And with Alex, you gotta go through all those 9 teleports again, but now they're worse. This isn't the Elder God, there's not enough tentacles.
Just a moment.
Humans!
I am the storm that is approaching! Failure.
Humans!
I hate stuff like this that demands very specific timing in combat. When the combat is really not a strong suit of the game.
Just a moment.
Do the thing, you stupid bastard. I hate shit.
I am the storm that is
I'm liking that one today. Great, and now I can't do it. Fucking bullshit. I have all the runes. This spell is one that I'm after. Alright, thanks for joining us, Flame. You take care of yourself, we'll catch you next time. No, the other spell will solve all my problems. I don't remember what it is. Summon area. There we go. We won't learn it until the next chapter, but we have everything. So we can just do it. Magic regenerates too slowly. Alright. That's magic pool. We'll get the scroll for it next chapter. What it does is it refills whatever element is tied to the alignment you cast it with. Because we have Mansorot, it will regenerate everything. Though really we only need it for magic right now. So we don't need to run around to regenerate magic. That should be extra damage.
Failure.
This random sound never says success.
I am not a human being! I am an animal! Cold-blooded! Success!
Thanks, Bane. Come on. Do it again. What, is the game glitching out or something? They're all just standing there sometimes. Zombies.
Success!
Fuck you, soundboard. Oh, fuck off. Why didn't that work?
It's a weapon.
Do your stupid inhale thing. Do it, you stupid prick. Welcome in, Clem. I'm fucking sick of this boss. Man, a piece of shit is what I'm fighting.
Success! I am not a human being! I am the storm that is approaching!
Did you hear that, kids? Brown!
This fight's fucking broken. The difficulty, there's not a specific set difficulty for this. And this boss is unique in each alignment. This just happens to be the worst of them. Difficult because the only way you have of attacking it is an area of effect attack that will go wherever the fuck it wants. And you have a very short window to cast it. While it summons adds that will knock you out of the spell if you don't have another spell set up to deal with that. It's honestly badly designed. Every version of this fight is just bad. And this is the worst of them. He didn't even fucking hit it. Okay, so it summons 3 zombies. We killed the 3 zombies. That caused it to summon 3 more zombies. After it summons zombies, it may or may not choose to put itself in a state where we can damage it. But again, the attack we have to use to damage it is an AoE attack. It's a spell, so it takes time to cast. To have the time needed to cast it, we have to have the shield active, which takes up magic to cast. And then, on top of that, we have to get the timing right and hope that it actually fucking hits. Gonna do it? No. Go into this stupid loop again.
Your words are as empty as your soul.
Are you ready to get duffed?
Hey, it's Duffman!
And do it again.
Welcome to the Duff Brewery. Now, I'm sure all of you have heard the rumors that a batch of Duff was contaminated with strychnine.
Right. That's news to me.
Are you sure? Well, everyone's talking about it. It was even on CNN last night.
CNN? No, I didn't see.
Well, it's not true. Let's go!
I'm tired of watching that cutscene, so we're gonna skip it in future.
You bore me flesh and bone.
What? Why is the cycle restarted?
That's where I saw the leprechaun. Right, a leprechaun. He told me to burn things.
Now what? So that's it, just dodge the attacks until he does the thing again. I don't know why shit wasn't working in the second phase earlier. But it's done, we're saving, we're not doing it again.
Success!
Thanks, man. The Guardian of Chaturga vanquished, and the stained glass that kept it hidden lying in pieces, the essence of Ulyaoth is now liberated. Its magic beckons to Peter, calling to him. He approaches cautiously. Peter reaches out for the artifact, but pulls away as he feels its corrosive magic close on his hand. Wrapping his hands in a shred of clothing, he carefully lifts the artifact from its resting place. Again, like, everybody except Pius is like, it's probably not a good idea to touch these things.
And that was how I came by it. I know it sounds crazy, but there you have it. The only proof I have is that statue.
It's a strange one. I've seen one like it before.
You have?
Yes. Very rare, though. Very obscure.
I've had experts take a look at it.
Thankfully, none of them touched
it. And you do.
I'm somewhat of an expert on these things myself. An interest I developed a long time ago while I was a young man.
Then you should keep it. Lord knows I have no interest in it. I am sure it's the cause of my sleeplessness. I keep thinking about it, as if it's calling out to me.
Then a drink, perhaps. For the gift. For an angel objet d'art.
So I suppose the question now is, like, where is it? Presumably it's in the mansion somewhere. But he's dead now, Ninja. He's up his arse, we can't get it. Having stopped reading, Alex discovers a small penny taped to the back of Peter's chapter page. You think you'd notice that immediately. Thanks, Ghost. I ain't afraid of no sleeping. I ain't afraid of no bed. Ammo. fuse box and a circuit breaker array is situated upon the wall. All but one of the fuses are intact. The absence of one is suspicious, and until it is replaced, the circuit connected to it is useless. For the love of God, do not put pennies in place of the fuse. This is also like the dumbest of the obstacles that bars you from getting a chapter page. It's like, oh yeah, no, the room's dark. Okay. Do we now have a flashlight in this house? I'm gonna just pop off down the road for 10 minutes to the hardware store and get a fucking torch. Page from the Journal of Maximilian Roivus. I sought to love all, yet now love causes me pain and suffering. I have learned to fear nothing, although it is nothing that I most fear. All that were loyal to me now number among my worst enemies. Okay. An antique medicine cabinet hangs on the wall. Its wood is stained from years of use in the ambient humidity of the room. Like, it's just there. Legacy of Darkness. A Castlevania story.
You are not free to leave this plane until you complete a task for me. You are to hunt and kill the master of this house. Do this one thing, and you will be free. Else fear the wrath of Chaturga.
Well, free to leave the plane.
Everything is complete for your arrival, Master. Now we must wait for the planets to align, and that
Free to leave this plane of
many
existence
years
and
from
go
now.
home.
Another Roivus has crossed our path. This time, we will not be so merciful. He will meet such a horrible death that the rest of the line will never set foot in his house again.
This kind of reminds me of Tarkin in Star Wars. The idea was like, oh yeah, fear of the Death Star and what it can do will keep systems from joining the rebellion. And then it was like, no, you destroyed Alder, and everyone was like, fuck. We gotta fight them. And it's like, yeah, no, we're gonna kill Edward Roivus in such a horrible manner that whoever is left of his lineage will never come back. And it's like, yeah, no, they killed him in a horrible manner, and whoever was left of his lineage was like, I'm not fucking leaving until I find out what the hell happened here and take care of it. Evacuate? In a moment of triumph? I believe you overestimated their chances. It's saving this. Yeah, it's like, okay, so I've just walked into the bathroom with a flashlight. Or if I did it during the day. It's like, okay, so it's sunset, alright? Why doesn't this bathroom have proper windows? It's like, okay, it's middle of the day, just open the windows, there we go. Oh, what's in the medicine cabinet? A page? Let me read it. Would have thrown the entire thing out of whack.
My education in psychiatry did not prepare me. I would love to see how Freud's view of his mother would change with the knowledge of Chaturga. How Skinner would incorporate Zelotath into his behaviorist theories. how Jung would accommodate Ulioth into his theory of the collective unconscious. Like my ancestor Maximilian, I too had an interest in my family tree. As a psychiatrist, I believed that science could provide answers into my family's sordid, bizarre past. It was with great excitement that I began my search. The mansion's history was filled with my colorful predecessors. Everything from convicted and hung witches to committed madmen, each laying their own peculiar mark on its character. I intended to find their secrets.
Welcome to the Duff Brewery. Now, I'm sure all of you have heard the rumors that a batch of Duff was contaminated with strychnine.
Strychnine? Well, that's news to me.
Are you sure? Well, everyone's talking about it. It was even on CNN last night.
CNN? No, I didn't see it.
Well, it's not true. Let's go!
This part of the library is reserved for the entertaining that houses more scholarly guests. A simple yet elegant layout affords quiet drink and conversation. Lightly, she asks Hagrid if there's anything she can do for him. Well... It was actually really good timing. Journal of Family History rests on the mantle.
You know who I am, Edward. Although you are doing your best not to believe it, I am, or was, Maximilian Roivas, your ancestor. I died in an asylum after trying to warn the world. The pain and anguish I felt in that
yeah, more like great-great-great-great-grandfather or something like that.
I must complete what I started, Edward. The darkness must be stopped, or all of humanity may end. Sets the clock to the 33rd minute of the 3rd hour.
It doesn't have any hands. Looming grandfather clock stands ominously in the corner, gazing on the empty room with an almost patriarchal air of his own. Ghost asks him with a set clock and no hands. Why are there no hands on the goddamn clock? Thick layer of grime on the window prevents Edward from looking out into the garden. Despite the efforts of the servants Edward hires, the mansion continues to sink into decay. Edward's curiosity can't leave the mystery alone. He drives himself to uncover the truth behind the mansion and his ancestors. No one said he was leaving permanently. Maybe he's just popping down to the shops for a bottle of milk. 3:33. Good day. Comments on the weather. Good lord, there's quite a lot of rain. Edward has never learned the piano, but that has not stopped him from hammering away at the keys every now and then. It is very therapeutic. Perhaps one day he would learn it properly. Except he didn't. Just gonna take this. Don't worry about me walking around the house with a sword. Worry about me walking around with a sword that's been recently sharpened. As Edward nears, the servant stops mumbling to herself and asks if she thinks the weather will clear up before the solstice. Edward finds reference to the solstice rather odd and ponders its significance. Is that just like the highest point of summer or winter? I hear people refer to it as that. Must have eaten some bad chicken. Brooding, melancholic paintings adorn the walls. Strange choices of decoration for a bedroom. Each one seethed with a virulence that could only have been wrought by an unsound mind. More bullets. Asks if Edward is in good health. Yes, I am. If I'm not, don't worry, you'll be the first to know when you're cleaning the toilet bowl. Master bathroom is woefully sparse and only bare and contemporary. Appears to satisfy only the most practical of tastes, or perhaps someone who has their mind set on other things. A quick bath, and then out. One does not linger in the room of washing. You do your dirty business and you get out. Edward is reassured at the sight of the family gun cabinet, itself a priceless antique. He'd rather not have to smash the windows to get inside, but where did he leave the key? The fact that this remains as a thing is kind of irritating. Rather than have to smash the windows, but you don't remember where you left the key. And it's like, okay. And then a monster starts attacking and killing your servants and turning them into monsters. And it's like, you know what? I think you should just smash the fucking window. Did you hear that? An exorbitant and out-of-place stained glass window ends the hallway. Whoever put it here had eclectic taste and confirms Edward's belief that the mansion is more folly than a real house. Where are those goddamn clock hands? I'm gonna start killing servants if I can't find them. Why is the basement door always locked? It's either locked or invisible, like, every time.
If something's hard to do, then it's not worth doing.
Just because you don't want to go down to the basement doesn't mean the basement should be locked. What are these goddamn clock hands? What am I equipped with? Fucking bullshit. Stupid books. Alright. $3.33. That's pretty thin for like a fake bookshelf.
Take them and use them. They are humanity's only hope. Destroy the Guardians, Edward, and avenge my waste.
Like, with how thin that bookshelf was, anybody goes to take a book from it, and it's like, oh yeah, no, this is fake. Why is this fake? None of these books are real. That's why usually if you have a door concealed by a bookshelf, it's a proper bookshelf. More ammo here. On the desk was the work of a madman, frantic scribbling on torn notepaper that had somehow weathered the years. These Maximilian engravings laid out in choppy scrawls of ink, or the testament of humanity's saviour waiting to fuel the battle against the Guardians. Yeah, let's go. Alright, let's go do this. So, this thing's always a vampire for some reason. Alright, let's go. So it'll always retreat to the basement to recover its health. I think after a certain amount of damage, it drops the other half of the key you need to get down there. Alright, you son of a bitch. That dude was just wiping at air. There we go, you're finally out. Doesn't even work here. Yeah, the fifth is like easy to get a job. Well, I could believe that somebody would be like, yeah, no, I'd definitely work it. Like, for the sake of, like, room and board. Although the question is, like, do the servants still live in the house? They did in Max's time, but do they still here? Because the servants' quarter's been boarded up and just, like, covered up.
I bet this place sells illegal fireworks. Just go in and act casual like you buy them all the time.
There you are, finally. Stupid bitch. Yeah. Okay, restore that. I just need a basic enchant item to fix this. Just need a basic enchant item to fix this. Need a basic enchant item to fix this. Save. I forgot you're just not allowed to save in this chapter until the vampire's dead. Hope I don't die here. That's Sanity, isn't it? Yeah. How do I destroy this? There we go. That was a weird set of noises. A super shotgun. Hey, how you doing, man? Thanks for shouting Mayor out. Mayor's cool people. Hey, hey, hey. It's irresponsible to put all this ammo around like this. Like, actually store it. It's out for a 4-day weekend. Good for you. Hope you enjoy it. Wish I had a 4-day weekend. As it is, I don't even know if I'm getting Christmas off. Let's go do this boring shit. As Maximilian mentioned, the ruins of the ancient city of Engar were parasitized by the Guardians. They slaughtered the original inhabitants, fed upon the language to the civilization. Ghosts of the glorious past lie forgotten, and shitterings of the parasites echo among the ruins and legacy. Anyway, fuck knows. Ooh, dick waffles. Yeah, it's Thanksgiving tomorrow for Americans. It's time for magic pool to just run out. The weirdest dumb tradition that I'm aware of with America and Thanksgiving is the president pardoning a turkey. It's like, the fuck?
Card read.
And now, a word from our sponsor.
I would like to take this opportunity to express my fondness for Duff beer.
I'd also like to express my fondness for that particular beer.
The man never drank a Duff in his life.
That was Ninja Bane.
Snake, are you okay? Snake? Snake!
Lynn wouldn't eat pie for anybody else. Alright, let's go kill those fucking things. Clem would eat pie for Clem. He wouldn't eat pie for anybody else.
What is a man? A miserable little pile of secrets!
Alright. We do this, then we can go and do, like, one of the most boring parts of the game. Well, I got rid of all of my shield. Yeah, for anybody who missed it, we're going to be doing Devil May Cry 5 after Terminator Resistance. I added it to the list. I hope everybody looks forward to it. It's not going to be part of the series playthrough with Ninja. That's going to be its own playthrough. The series playthrough with Ninja will happen at a later date. Could absolutely be able to disrupt enemies when they're casting. They can do it to me. I guess that counts as interrupting them since I killed her. Seriously, a single hit will knock me out of any kind of casting. Let's go do this dumb thing. Seems as though the array itself serves a massive power. Each switch around the perimeter of the room corresponds to a focusing cell where a room may be inscribed. Once a spell has been inscribed, it is magnified by the array. Could this be the Guardian City's weakness, if one could somehow remove the magic from this area? stuff like this is why I do not like go through this game multiple times in short space. It's why I'm not doing a third playthrough right after this, because I know this is just not fun. What am I after? Nestlek and Requiem. You know what? I forgot the most important spell. Mansorok reveal invisible. Fucking controls have been reversed. God damn. It's gonna be a while, like, it's not gonna be before next year that I do this again. There we go. Mansorok, I completely forgot about, like, what this actually was. Mansorok reveal invisible. It doesn't reveal invisible, it makes you invisible. And it's the best way to deal with this whole section. Doing this once is bad enough, it takes a while, it's not particularly fun. Like, fair enough, doing it once. The fact that you do this again as Alex is just infuriating. Was it Nethlak and Redgamore? Well, it was, right? Nethlak and Redgamore. The game is honestly actually kind of stingy about giving you any idea of what the plan is supposed to be. It's like, oh yeah, no, if you could like get rid of the magic somehow. I guess it's dispel magic then? I hope it's dispel magic. I'm not entirely sure. And it's the same when you get to Alex, like, they don't give you a good idea of what it is you're actually aiming to do. So if you don't put the right rune down, then it doesn't tell you until you complete the circle. And it's like, ah, this rune was wrong. It goes through them in sequence. And it's like, oh yeah, no, this rune was wrong. You gotta go back and change that rune. Thankfully, at most, you can only have 2 runes wrong. Now, I guess 3 if you choose the wrong alignment. But that's really not likely. You should understand by that point what alignment it is. Like, you can have 2 runes wrong, because the rest will be paragons in the alignment. And if you get them wrong, you've got to go and change that rune again, and then go through the entire sequence of getting back again. And it's just tedious. And again, they make you do it twice. And so that's why using the Man's Rock rune to make myself invisible, I'm just running through everything. It's the smart thing to do. Best way to do it. Cool. Don't care, I'm leaving. This is 4 of 9. I don't really have anything else to say. You gotta do this 5 more times. Anybody been playing anything good recently? They want plans. I'm prepping myself for another playthrough of Persona 2: Its Innocent Sin. What is monochrome Mobius? Man? Yeah, I'm gonna be doing Persona 2: Innocent Sin soon enough. Did I play Utsuwari Momo? Utsuwari Ramono? I feel like I did, but I might be getting it confused with something. I feel like I'm getting confused with something. And the more I think about it, the more I'm not, because I know I've spent a bunch of time making sure I could pronounce the damn name. said it's been fun though. That's good. Like I say, I'm prepping for a playthrough of Innocent Sin again. When I'm done with it, I'm probably gonna finally play the PSP version of Eternal Punishment. It did get that fan translation a little while back. It was like, great, we can finally play Eternal Punishment PSP in English. But as is often the case with me, when stuff like that comes out, I'm always like, I want to revisit the first one before I do the second. That's why it took me so long to do Bayonetta 2. And I was like, okay, I've got Bayonetta 2 on Wii U now. There we go. But I've got Bayonetta 2 on Wii U now, and I got Bayonetta 1 on Wii U as well. It's like, I want to replay Bayonetta 1 before I do Bayonetta 2, though. I eventually did, and, like, it really helped. Part of the reason why I haven't played Final Fantasy X-2 yet. Because I've never actually had X-2 on the PS2. Alright, thanks for joining us, mate. You take care of yourself, buddy. Catch you later. Yeah, I never actually had X-2 on the PS2. The first time I got X-2 was part of the HD collection. X-2. So I got it, and was like, I want to replay 10 before I play 10-2. And like, I got Final Fantasy X 10-2 HD Remaster within the first year of launch. Not the first month of launch. Which I think was like 2013. I bought it within its first month, the Vita. And here we are, like almost 10 years later, I still haven't actually finished Final Fantasy X again. I've only finished Final Fantasy X on PS2. And now I own it on... Oh, I didn't even see that, I wasn't looking. Now I own it on Vita, PS4, Switch, and PC. And I haven't finished any of those versions of it. Yeah, the international version was exclusive to Japan, unlike Final Fantasy X, where Europe got the international version. But, like, it makes no real difference to me, because I've not played either version of it. Like, I've never even started 10-2 up. And I don't even own it on PS2. Recruit monsters, but it's reasonable. I do want to get to 13 too. It's on the list. Like, it's on the schedule now. We'll get to it at some point once I get back to doing RPGs. prick with his damaged fields. Really? You don't own the HD edition in any form? I find it hard to believe you've never bought Tensensu HD, man. Especially with it being out for 9 years now. Let's switch back to my gun. Man, that's crazy. I mean, with us, it's not as big an issue with Final Fantasy X, because Europe got the international version anyway, so we don't miss out on any content by just having the PS2 version. Finally, the final one. So, I mean, it works. And I'm still entirely down to play the PS2 version of Final Fantasy X. Like, it's weirdly easy to emulate. It's like my Odin Pro, I can boot up Final Fantasy X on there. And save states for an RPG on the go, I think, is a really good thing. Because I can just start and stop. Start and stop. Big part of the reason why I was talking about this yesterday, like, Edward's meddling with the erasers conjured incredible energies into this. I was talking about this yesterday with Ninja. Like, a big part of the reason why I own games as many times as I do is largely for the sake of being able to play as much as possible on a single system, so I don't have to connect and disconnect systems all the time. Like, the more I can do that, the happier I'll be. Doesn't mean I'll go out and buy games for full price that I already own on other systems. Plus, there's the thing with like how big my backlog is, I can absolutely wait for stuff to go on sale. Speaking of sales, like Steam's autumn sale started up. They call it the autumn sale, it feels like the Black Friday sale. And like, there's a bunch of good stuff on there. Finally picked up some of those Trails games on PC. Finally bought Trails in the Sky 3rd chapter, which I just didn't have in any form. Because the only form you can purchase it in English is PC. So what FF games is that, mate? "48 years later, he died." Like, it's weird that they took 48 years to get around to killing him for that. Type 0 and... I assume that's 50. Yeah, I want to get around doing Type 0.
Master, I bring thee grave news. The colony of Guardians
I'm probably going to end up doing
has been decimated.
PSP version of it.
Without them, I fear we are lost.
Yeah, I remember you talking about Lightning Returns and you quite enjoyed it.
I have seen the future that will come to pass. In this vision, I see myself crushing Xanatos as I was destined to do. My many mouths consume its body from all sides, gnawing at it until nothing remains. This I've seen. This is what will be.
You would place all our faith in a vision?
Yes. Just as I have placed all my faith in you.
That's fair. I'll pick up Crisis Core Reunion, but like, I'm not doing it anytime soon. Dear Alex, I've left you a small surprise to keep you going when everything seems to go awry. It was my favourite tipple and there are several barrels of it in the basement. Please help yourself to what you can find. My guess is that I won't be needing it. Loving Grandfather Edward. Dear Alex, get crunk. Yeah, we're supposed to be streaming Crisis Core soon enough. Gonna be after Suikoden 1 and 2 at this point. But like, I'll be doing the original. Like, absolutely. I'm not against getting Crisis Core Reunion at some point. And then streaming that, but at the minute, I have no interest. Oh, there's a shotgun. A pickaxe. Weird. That smell would have probably come flooding out. There's a 3-point Lilioth damage spell. There we go. Antique stethoscope seemingly accidentally dropped in the pile of ash glints brightly in the light of the room. Scrap of paper. Nestled on a bed of ash are the remains of 3 people. Was this the duty that Maximilian had hinted at? And he suspected that his servants were not human? But there are 4 clearly occupied beds and only 3 skulls. What happened to the 4? As I contemplated these ideas, my suspicions of my servants grew and I became increasingly fearful of them. I began to watch them carefully. Days ago I watched one of them stretch his neck. I could have sworn I saw it twist in a most peculiar manner and the bulge of muscle tissue collect and grow in the most incorrect of manners. As if a bone was being displaced from its proper location and something else was moving in its place. I stumbled away knowing that I was surrounded by unholy creatures that wore the skins of mortal men and women. I had to take action. Dear God, let my hand be swift and merciful lest the world see more of these diabolic creatures.
What's going on here?
Oh, that went well. The basement. It's kind of weird, like, you expect the entire game as they load you up with, like, so much stuff. You expect the entire game for monsters to start appearing in the mansion, and then when they do, there's, like, no fanfare to it. Man, who would have thought that the artifact of Ulioth would just be in the safe? Ulioth, crankshaft, letter, the final page. Exactly, the most reasonable place.
A storm approaches, Augustus. A storm of metal and fire. and a torrent of souls along with it, young and vibrant.
Yes, I have seen it coming. A worthy sacrifice, I am sure, and one that will allow the greater guardian that resides below to finish its channeling. With this sacrifice of souls I make unto thee, Great One, the gate shall be ready to be opened.
He's able to enunciate very well for not having lips. Anyway.
Dear Alexandra, if you are reading this, Alex, then I am surely dead. Knowing that the police will contact my only living relative, I made sure to leave this message for you. As I write this letter, Pius Augustus is waiting for his chance to strike me down for what I have done to the Guardian City. I believe I have slowed Augustus's plans, but not stopped them completely. He will still try to bring his ancient into this world. You must continue what our ancestor Max has started. You must gather the artifacts and call forth an ancient to combat what Augustus brings into this world. Of the artifacts, there are 4, but one of these is in the clutches of Pius himself. They are the Black Heart of Mantarok, the Claw of Cheturga, the Sigil of Zelototh, the Veil of Uliauth. Your skill in the arcane science will not be as strong as Pius's, who has had 2 millennium to prepare his gate. You will need all the remaining artifacts to match his power. It all rests with you, my dear. I wish you well in this desperate act. I wish I had more guidance for you, but I am at my wit's end, and I feel I am running out of time. Your loving grandfather, Edward.
Claw. Alright, last page.
Wherever disaster and death lurk, there is likely to be an ancient just beyond our senses, waiting. They prey on our misfortune and exploit it toward their own twisted ends. When hundreds of oil fields are set ablaze on the heels of war, the ancient's grip tightens, knowing that lives will be forfeit and resources squandered. But a few people make a difference. People like Michael Edwards, a Canadian industrial firefighter hired to put an end to the insanity at the end of the war. Ironically for him, the insanity was just beginning.
It's been a while since we had an FMV in this.
How's the temperature in there?
It's hotter than hell here. I'm getting a little nervous about this one. It feels more out of control than the others. More powerful. I don't know how else to describe it.
This is the safest way to blow out these things. You've done this enough to know that. It's by the numbers. It's all good. Just relax.
The silicone cloth and the water spray are there, so you're probably right. We've got 500 pounds of 80% nitroglycerin-grade dynamite all in place. We're good to go.
Edwards, you can pull your team back now. Get your team to a safe distance and we'll try to kill the fire.
Sure thing. Coming back now.
We're getting a pressure increase at the well cap. It's gonna tear itself apart. Hurry! Get your team out of...
Ah, that's a deep hole. Oh hey, the pillar of flesh. I feel like there's not enough not enough flesh in that pillar of flesh to really call it a pillar of flesh. Looks like there's a lot of concrete.
McCormick, Patterson, all gone. Looks like they've been buried alive under tons of concrete.
There's kind of a reason for that, Ninja.
Take this. Guard it well. Many have perished for it. Take it. Take it to the ruins of Engal. At the ruins, a gathering of light.
You want me to take this to some ruins under a house in Rhode Island?
Take it. Save us. Oh.
Sensing the danger, Mike protects his hands from the insidious magic by using his coat to carefully pick the artifact from the debris chute. Axe. But yeah, as far as I'm aware, I think this chapter was added like last, and is maybe a replacement chapter for another chapter. There's that cutscene we had earlier with a character that seems to be able to see Pius in his true form, which suggests he is one of the chosen. Supposedly that character is the remnants of a cut chapter. A chapter that was cut after 9/11, supposed to be a Templar you'd play as. And this chapter was added late in development, possibly to replace it. It makes sense, since this chapter would take place in the same area. We're back in the Persian catacombs again. We'll just get going with these. Desiccated corpse lies sprawled at the temple floor, dressed in desert combat fatigues. A rifle, pistol, and a variety of ammunition lies around him. Yeah, it just gives you all of that. Until we get the tome, I feel like there's not much point in doing a lot here. Of course, sooner or later I will have to fight these things because they're draining my sanity too much. Feels like the axe isn't very good for it though. It does feel like something of a weak chapter, honestly. In the goddamn tone. Great, this is a dead end. Yeah, it does feel like something of a weak chapter. So while it's better than like dealing with Edward's chapter of going back and forth all over the place in Engar, I still don't rate it as like, oh yeah, the best part of the end game. Goddamn tone. And now literally Indiana Jones. There we go, jeez. It's Bianchi and Edward Royals. Oh yeah, I forgot Michael literally has like the smallest amount of magic. Alright, let's go back so I can get the thing. Get that effigy. It was this way, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Alright. Okay, so that's a 5 point. Alright. even when they can't see me.
Ah, sweet Alex. Many centuries I've waited for you. You are mine. Don't disappoint me now. I've waited such a long time, Alex.
Never! I know what you are. I've seen what happened.
Fuck off, Pius.
You can try to fight me, but in the end you shall succumb to my desires. My foolish child, you don't even know your own destiny.
Get away from me!
Oh shit. Anyway.
What's going on?
I'm just gonna keep running from these fucking things, I don't care. Alright, thanks for joining us, Ben. My aim is to hopefully finish this tonight, but you've seen the ending before, you know what's happening. Thanks for joining us, man. We'll catch you next time. Okay, so I'm just... Going forward would have taken me where I wanted to go anyway. So I do want to be here. If necessary, I'll shoot the fucking things. Alright, so I know where the room I'm after is. I always feel like that thing's flashing me. Okay. Alright, so this is the room. Magic pool again. Do you think getting your head back was going to help you? Alright, so... Female scholar. Yeah, I should save. If I remember rightly, I end up having a monster for this, and it's a bit of a pain. And that'll open this door. No, nothing. Awesome. I must have been thinking of something else. I am gonna have to kill all of you. Let's see how well this works. Not great because of the way this game reloads. Excellent. Yeah, he's wielding that like a sword. Like, if you see that 3-hit combo, that last hit is just like a stab, which doesn't work with an axe. Enchanted Gladius. This is the whole point of getting all the effigies. It gets you this, which is a permanently enchanted Gladius, which is enchanted in the specific alignment that the ancient you're fighting is weak to. It can only be wielded by the Guardian of Light. Get my gun. Oh. New area. Oh, I forgot about bind. Is that what the spell 12 is? Yeah. Ooh. Okay, so. No, I don't really watch TV anymore, Teague. Kind of a time sink. I'm not spending enough time playing games. I want to cut into that time even more. Bank rocket air attack. That is pretty good too. I like the idea of making characters like this just stupidly badass at moments. I always think that's kind of a good, cool idea. Like, Goofy has moments of badass in a Goofy movie. Not quite super badass, but like pretty cool. Yeah, I don't even know where that bridge is. Beyond here, wasn't there? Hickey's showing up out of nowhere in Kingdom Hearts. Yeah, Kingdom Hearts is, to be fair, pretty good about that. Like, hey, you want Disney characters to be awesome? Battle of the Thousand Heartless is pretty good for that. Hey, welcome to the stream, Andrew Tate. Oh, another guy. Yeah, I heard you the first time. That's not enough. There we go. Let's go. Stupid yellow floor. All right. From a gameplay stance, enchanting the C4 feels unnecessary. 3 minutes.
3 minutes until detonation.
This really feels like they wanted a Resident Evil set piece. Excuse me. Come on. God damn it. Hope this is the right way. Ladder. come on. Alright, go. You know, I'm glad I got out of there, because I have no idea where I actually am. And then it just ends.
Thanks for coming. I didn't think you'd show.
Look, I have no idea who you...
I think you do. Just as much as I know you know. Now let's be quick. The Guardians know where I am, and I won't last the night. But that's not the point.
What's this?
Something you need. Don't open it here. Only in privacy. They can sense it if it's not shrouded.
Is it one of the artifacts?
You must leave now. Look, there's something I have to do before they get to me. I can't protect you if they find us. Good luck.
They never elaborate on what it is he has to do, or whether or not he survives. Like, that's it. There goes Michael Edwards. Alright, and that's it. It's time.
This can't be happening.
The Sanity effects were kind of neat at the time. Little fake outs and such. We're at the point now where everybody knows all of them, so they're far less interesting to see. Alright, I'll do. I'm away. Alright, let me sort this out. And this one? And this one. I'm not criticising it so much, Teague, as I'm explaining my entire reasoning for why I'm just not bothering with them. We've all seen them. Like, doesn't really matter anymore. This is weird. It's like, oh yeah, no, we're still missing an artifact. And then somebody just delivers it right now. And we just Zelatath there. Which is particularly weird, because apparently Edward just had it. So, like, cool, so you just set it to be delivered at a specific time. I don't think that's something you can really do. Like, yeah, no, just a time frame, sure. Like, this specific time? Like, yeah, no, it's going to be delivered between 5 and 7. Like, cool. I hope it's delivered before 6, because if it's not, the world ends. Alright, let's go do this dumb shit. Now let's go. Alex, you know it wasn't sealed by Maximilian Roivas because you saw Edward go through it. Alright, let's do this. So yeah, now the entire floor in this area is a damaged floor. For some reason. And we have to do all 9 steps again. Is a 7-point damage field. Absolutely appreciate that Alex has such a huge magic reserve. Magic pool ended. Versus. I wasn't aware Upper Deck was still in business. Nah. I've really just avoided paying attention to collectible card games. Feels like every company has one these days. And it's like, cool. How many people are really going to be playing these? Like, yeah, it's a nice idea to have a collectible card game, but you need somebody to play them against. And most people these days are going to be playing like one of the big 3. Big Stack Model in 2014. That's weird. Yeah, like most people are just going to be playing one of the big 3. So finding somebody who's playing one of these dozens of other smaller ones, so you can play them again, play against them on it. Not to mention being able to trade cards and have enough cards to collect and such. It's just kind of crazy. I have a Dragon Ball Super card game. There's a Final Fantasy card game. I do know Marvel has one now. That's the thing, like, if you're with a group, like, you've got a good group who are willing to do that kind of thing, great. I feel like, for the most part, it's kind of really unlikely. it's gonna be this, isn't it? Let me go with the shotgun. The one I went with was Yu-Gi-Oh! I had friends who were into Magic the Gathering and tried to get me into it, but it never caught me. Tear and air attack. I did play Pokemon for a little bit though. But the way they rotated cards out of like legal play bothered me. Plus, I was never super serious about any of these plays. Largely because I just didn't have the money for collectible card games. I still enjoy playing Yu-Gi-Oh! And I've got Yu-Gi-Oh! Games, and that's how I play Yu-Gi-Oh! Now. I was never super into it like that. I'll play a Yu-Gi-Oh! Video game where I can play the card game and I don't have to worry about people being pissy about the rules. Or people bringing out spell speeds as an idea. I don't give a damn if it's real or not. I don't like that it's a thing if it's not written on the card. I should... No. See, I'm happy enough with Yu-Gi-Oh! Legacy of the Duelist Link Evolution. I need to think what the actual name of it was there. Not Legacy of the Duelist, because Legacy of the Duelist was missing way too much. I wasn't even able to build my deck with Legacy of the Duelist without buying DLC. So I never really bothered with it. Some friends bought it me for my birthday. It was like, cool, let me see about building my deck. Nope, can't. The cards are not in the game, they are DLC. I was like, okay, well, I'm not fucking playing this. Then, Legacy of the Duelist Link Evolution came out on Switch, and I ended up buying that when it was on sale. And like it had, I mean, creatures can't just fucking lie to me. It had every card at the time. And when they brought that out on PS4, they also put out a free update on the Switch. Because the PS4 came out, the PS4 version came out, and it had more cards. Like a considerable number of more cards. And they put those cards in the Switch version as a free update. Which was nice. Plus, to actually keep it kind of interesting, you could play through every duel from the show. From the anime, and it was like... because it's got Duel Monsters GX. 5Ds. Whatever the 4th series was. Arc V. And I think it has V-Rains as well. Just like you play through every duel from the series. And you play as the good guy. You play as the good guy from that duel. And you'd use their deck, which... it was interesting. I thought it was an interesting thing. That's like the last exposure I've actually had to Yu-Gi-Oh! Or any collectible card game. Check, I'm not blurry. No, I'm not. We're all good. Interesting. I don't know what HeroClix is. Well, I'm waiting for my magic pool to build up. Callisto Protocol Season Pass contains death animations. Some death animations are locked behind the Season Pass. Callisto Protocol's already been kind of like a weird thing, it seems. Is that enough? That's probably enough. It's already been a weird thing with like, okay, so the game as it stands has been refused classification in Japan, they have to censor it. So they've turned around and said, we're not going to release this game in Japan. That already was like... that's weird and dumb. But they had to censor it. The censorship is entirely understandable. Like, Japan's been like that for a long time. Serial ratings are a lot stricter than they used to be. Like, the response was like, well, sorry to all our Japanese fans who are looking forward to it, but we're not going to give it to you now. That's just dumb. Fuck off. This would probably be a little more interesting if there was any kind of music while you do this. Oh, is this the fucking worm? Yep. I don't remember how to deal with this. Okay. I mean, the reasoning for not releasing Dead or Alive Extreme 3 in the West was also dumb. But, like, that was down to Koei Tecmo more than anything. Nobody came around and said, nah, you're gonna have to censor this. You're gonna have to change content here to make this suitable. Koei Tecmo was like, we just don't want to deal with this. Which surprises me that they would choose not to have a market for all the bullshit DLC they have. I don't remember how to deal with this. Well, that almost seemed like the idea. I'm not fucking dealing with this. I'm tired. The game is past the point of actually being worth caring about. Need to sneak. Alright. It's dumb. Stop. There we go. I miss anything in chat? No. My issue with sneaking being the solution here is that sneaking has never been required for anything else. And you could turn around and say, oh, but what about the trappers? And it's like every time you've had to deal with trappers, you have been able to hit them with a projectile, so it's been a non-issue. It's entirely possible you could have forgotten there's a sneak button. never got the codex for William. Only one of them making all that noise, jeez. There. That's 5. 4 to go. I used to sneak past the trappers, but as soon as I realised that you can just shoot them, I've never done anything else. Because why would you? Pretty much. Like I say, every time you encounter a trapper, with the exception of the very first time where they introduce them, you have a projectile weapon. Which means sneaking becomes something you're basically never likely to do. So we ended the problem with that snake, that worm, sanity worm thing, of like, it's requiring you to use a mechanic you've likely not used in a long time. Which is always bad design. Pretty much. Like, I killed, I think, every licker I found on my first playthrough, which was Claire. Claire, right? Well, Claire gets the grenade launcher, and the grenade launcher can deal with the lickers. Then I did Leon, and then it was like, oh no, the shotgun is worthless against these things. So the only choice, the only reliable choice then was to never deal with them. And once that became a thing of like how simple it is to do, no. Never deal with lickers. One of the big problems with this part of the game, I think, is just how abstract a lot of these puzzles end up being. It's like that reveal invisible pit earlier. It's like, oh, it's a pit, you can't get across. Okay, so the solution to that is to use reveal invisible. Every time that's been a requirement previously, there's been an indicator. Like, it's shown you the mark of like whatever ancient you're up against, and that's been the clue. And then that one time it doesn't. I'm not dealing with that. I think genuinely one of the big issues with this point in the game is how quiet it is. Wasn't where the Injustice 1 comics came out as trade paperbacks. I mean, it makes sense, but like with them being digital, I just never thought about it. I also never read the Injustice 2 comics. What? No, I read the Injustice comics, never read the Injustice 2 comics. It's probably a magic attack thing, isn't it? I don't know why that worked. I thought that would only, if that would work, I thought that would only work to destroy the specific pillar I was looking at. Obelisk, whatever. Yeah, I read the Injustice 1 comics. I didn't read all of them. The first 2 years, maybe. I've never read any of the Injustice 2 stuff. 2 more. Big, do you have DC Universe Infinite? I feel like you probably would. Yeah, there you go, that's fair enough. I need to get back into using that. What do I currently have on my read list? I finished whatever I was reading. Might have been Final Man. I need to get out of reading the 90s stuff. Because it's not good. Other trade paperbacks? I mean, if you're thinking, like a trade paperback, there's gotta be something you don't have. I should go through my list. It's been a while since I've used DC Universe Infinite, so hopefully they've improved the app. Probably not, but hopefully. Like, they could really manage downloads better. It'd also be nice to not have the damn thing crash if I have too many downloads queued. Like, I've had it before where it's like, okay, I've had downloads queued. It's like, okay, I want to download a few series to keep me going for a while. And then it's like, okay, the app will crash trying to download them, which is weird because it only downloads them one at a time. It's not that it's trying to download too much at once. And to stop that, I have to turn off Wi-Fi on my phone, go into the app, and cancel all these downloads, or cancel a bunch of those downloads so it can download less stuff, so it won't crash trying to do it. Which is honestly fucking embarrassing. Definitely buying creature. Like, there's so many basic ways that the DC Universe Infinite app could be better. I like that that you can look up like individual comics, or you can look up storylines, especially when those storylines span multiple comics. And you can get stuff where it's like, okay, the core storyline or everything that's tied into it. That's nice. But when you're reading them, you'll finish an issue and the next issue it'll take you to will be the next issue in whatever comic you were reading. So like, say you were doing something like reading Batman War Games. It's like, okay, so you've just read Nightwing whatever. And then the next comic it'll take you to will be the next issue of Nightwing, which is like probably 4 issues down the storyline. Like, that's something, like, that's a basic thing. It disappoints me that Marvel isn't any better. It's crazy that it was like that when it came out over here, because I know for a fact that it was available in the US for over a year before we got it. So it should have been a thing of like, okay, we've had to wait a year to get it. We've got the improved, optimized app that has all the bugs worked out, and it's like, no. Absolute mess. It's weird just how weak this final stretch is. It's like, cool, I've set this up now, and like, I go into that and we're at the final fight, and it's like, wow, that is so underwhelming as a build-up. The only horror game I can think of that does it worse is Resident Evil 0. Oh, I believe that, Teak. I believe that. But it shouldn't be as bad as it is. Like, a year of whatever, like a year of time should have worked out everything. Every issue. But then again, the stuff like YouTube. It's like, cool, I've got YouTube Premium specifically at this point. I cancelled Netflix, wasn't using it. It's like, okay, let me put that monthly subscription to YouTube Premium. Specifically so I can download YouTube videos on my phone and listen to them while I'm out. I have Let's Plays downloaded onto my phone, and I'll just listen to them. It helps keep my mind off stuff, and it's more occupying than just listening to music, and I'm honestly kind of tired of podcasts and audiobooks. So it's like, cool. 9 times out of 10, I'll load the YouTube app and it will be stuck on a loading loop on the library, which is where your downloads do. And it's like, okay, why is this a thing? Why has this been a thing through multiple updates? Why can I find posts about this being a problem from 2 years ago? Like, great, what am I fucking paying for? Yeah, why not? So yeah, we just walk into here and now it's the final fight. And that's the build-up. We're just here. Yeah, that's what I do too. But to play that playlist, I have to get into the library tab, and all too often the app will go into an infinite loading loop.
You will now have the honor of becoming the first morsel for my lord, Chattur'gha. An appetizer for the banquet your race shall provide.
And it's been like that since I got
it.
it.
To be human, Pious. The human race will never go quietly into the darkness. For as long as you have spent summoning your lord, people have struggled against you. Now, thanks to their efforts, I have 3 of the Ancient's essences. Now, Pious, this is the end.
The end indeed.
That is exactly what I wanted to play. It's a shame Chance isn't here to see his crab overlord be summoned. It's weird that that specific set there wasn't also an FMV. Alright, so I've got to attack the Turga statue, I think. It's weird, like, for all the really good sound design of this game, like, this whole ending sequence is so bereft of meaningful sound. Even the music's just kind of like, yeah. There you are, you son of a bitch. Faster, 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 you bastards. I mean, story-wise, I do like how this battle plays out. I think it's pretty neat. Everybody gets involved. Well, come on out, Elliot. Anthony. Kareem. Meanwhile, in space... It's a million. Pause. I mean, it's not a good fight, but like, I like that everybody gets to like take a turn. Roberto. There goes the artifact. Oof. Alright, let's do this. Finish it off. What did you make a shield there for? Throwing gladius. That's the value of the enchanted gladius. And that's the Chaturga playthrough. Let's not play this again for a while. Ulioth absolutely wrecked him. It really wasn't even a contest. Of course, now the problem is Ulioth's there.
The darkness is not so easily destroyed.
Go fuck yourself, Pius.
No, my death is just the beginning.
And now the problem of Ulioth.
What have I done?
Quickly, Alex! We must find this creature! It cannot be allowed to remain in this universe!
Good heavens, no. Not that one.
Cool, I don't remember the spell off by heart.
Nor that one either. Come on, Edward. It hasn't been that long since you researched this stuff.
Cool, you won't let me go into the pause menu and find out what it fucking is.
Ah, that's the ticket.
Plus, wouldn't you have to change the alignment from Ulioth to Xelatath for this to work?
It is finally over, my dear. The Ancients' plans are finished. For now, at least. You have proved to be an incredibly courageous young woman. Your mother and father would have been proud of you, just as I am. I'm sorry it had to be like this. It's not quite the inheritance I had in mind for you, but there was so little time, and so much to do. Goodbye, Alex. I will miss you.
Man, I didn't even let her get a word in edgewise.
There was something more. Like a hole being opened in my mind, disguising the thoughts there. I can almost see it. I have a strong ally. But where? I must look to the future. My work is not yet done.
Okay. I wonder if that's different from, like, the first ending. Over 2 millennia. Yeah, save it. That is the Chaturga playthrough of Eternal Darkness, Sanity's Requiem. I said this before we started, and like, it still holds true. The game has a really strong opening. But like, by the end, it absolutely falls off and becomes so much less fun to play. And I think the specific point, like, I think we were able to finally pin it down today. It's specifically the Black Guardian. That fight, because it's not fun with Zelatath, it's not fun with Chaturga, it's not fun with Wulioth. And then after that, you've got the Edward chapter, which again is just, it's drawn out and tedious, and then the Michael chapter is just kind of there. And then the Alex chapter is just doing the Edward chapter again for the most part. And again, bringing up the point I mentioned, like, the music at the end is just so lacking. Like this. I'll have to really pay attention next time I do this. There's like, is it that the music just isn't that good for the entire game? And I just didn't notice it until the end? Next take. It's like that last chapter especially was very noticeable. There was just like no music. And very little atmospheric sound.
Row, row, fight the power!
Chris Zimmerman, voice director for most, if not all, of the Metal Gear Solid games. Clark, as the custodian, I was right. Oh, it was Earl Bowen. We were talking about him recently in the Terminator games. I think they spelled Richard Doyle wrong. Possibly Greg Eagles as well. I just forget David Hayter is actually in this. It was Kim, my guess, as Elliot. Neil Ross as Lindsay, who provided the voice for Volga in MGS3. But yeah, what was I saying? I was thinking about one of the voice acts and I got caught up like checking who all the voice actors were. Earl Bowen, yeah, we were talking about him in Terminator. He plays the psychiatrist, Dr. Silberman, in Terminators 1, 2, and 3. We had been talking about him during the first session of Terminator Resistance, and I mentioned that he is also a voice actor. with like a very distinctive voice, and I just completely missed it. Unluckiest psychiatrist in any timeline. You say that, he leaves the police station in the first movie just before the Terminator arrives. Like, that's lucky. Well, that is Horrorween 2022. Horrorween 2022. The sequel. Horrorween 2022 done. And RIP also. That's also very true. Yeah. I was thinking about, like, the damage he ends up with in Terminator 2 is entirely from Sarah Connor. Yes, Horrorween 2022 done. Eternal Darkness might return in Horrorween 2023. If I say, like, if I do Horrorween 2023, I know for a fact I will end up thinking it's a good idea to do Horrorween again. But yeah. Moving on now, we have other things to do in the upcoming streams. It's almost 2 o'clock, goddamn. Oh. That's cool. There's only 12 chapters. Yeah, more stuff to do. We have the Suikoden 1 and 2 playthrough coming up for hitting 200 followers as the reward goal for hitting that number. The 10 years of Resident Evil to conclude, continuing with the Chris playthrough of Resident Evil Remake, following with Resident Evil 0. Thankfully, I only have to play 0 once. Dead Aim, working out times for Outbreak, RE4, and then Deadly Silence. Terminator Resistance is probably going to conclude soon. I feel like we get one more section out of it. And then following that is going to be Devil May Cry 5. I'm going to jump into that. I played Devil May Cry 5 again recently, and like, once I got past the opening stuff and like really got into the meat of it, I really got caught up in it, and I've just been in a very Devil May Cry 5 mood for a while. So while it's fresh in my head, let's do it. Let's do it for the stream. Following that, we'll be doing Batman the Brave and the Bold on the Nintendo Wii, and then after that, finally getting around to Prince of Persia 2 Thrones. I keep putting that off. We did Sands of Time and Warrior Within like over a year ago now, I think. Like, the intention was like, let's have a short break and then get back to finishing it with the 2 Thrones, and here we are like a year later. But yeah, plenty to look forward to coming up. RPGs, we have coming up Crisis Core, the original release of Crisis Core. I feel like I put something in front of Chrono Trigger, and I can't remember what it was. Let me check real quick. Paper Mario. No, I put Paper Mario after Chrono Trigger, so it's Crisis Core, Chrono Trigger, then Paper Mario. I put it in front of Tokyo Xanadu. So that should be like a bunch of fun. A fun set of stuff. It'd be good for Clint to come in and like give us reasons why he's not fond of Paper Mario. He's not going to be on mic, I'll be playing that game alone. But like, Clem doesn't like it, it'd be good for him to get his opinions on that out there. a long time since I've done anything with Paper Mario. I wonder how well it holds up. But yeah, back to the regular stuff. I think I'm not gonna put the 10 years of Resident Evil on hold. I think I'm gonna put those on like a specific day, as much as that is possible with my current work schedule. Which, you know, is just so much fun that I don't have regular times.
You too will come to understand fear as I have.
Well, I'll try and have like at least one day a week specifically for the 10 years of Resident Evil, just to keep going forward, while also having the other days for the regular streams, so we can keep those going forward. The regular streams at the minute being Suikoden and Terminator Resistance. Hope everybody's looking forward to everything that we're going to be doing. The schedule is on the Discord, which just popped up. It has everything that we're currently planning to do for months. Looking at this list, this is a list that will take months to get through. I need to edit some of these platforms. Some of these I'm going to do on other systems now. Crosscode I want to pick up on PC. Resonance of Fate, I would like to pick that up on PC, I'm waiting for it to go on sale. I have to mention Neptunia Rebirth. Rebirth 1, the choice of that is PC or Vita. I don't think that got any other kind of console release. I own both versions of it though, so yeah. Lego Star Wars. Hat in Time, I bought that in the autumn sale on Steam with all of its DLC, so I'll be doing that now on PC. Dusk, I need to switch that to PC. Sly Raccoon, I might change that to the PS2 version. Disaster Report 4 I bought on PC, so I'll be doing that. Yeah, we'll have to see. Take a couple of these out. I'm not all that interested in doing Werewolf the Apocalypse Earthblood anymore. We'll see, I'll work all that out. Oh, welcome back, Clem. Man, almost 7 hours, yeah. Not as long as yesterday, we ended up going 9 hours yesterday. Call it like me making up for not streaming at all last week. I was exhausted and not in the mood. I think I'm going better at the minute. Depression's just kind of all over the place. I hate being miserable. Yeah, we just kind of got caught up in Terminator. It never felt like something I wanted to end yesterday in Terminator. Which is a good sign, I think, of the game. Definitely something I can recommend with that. But yeah, we'll just talk about the upcoming games we've got. One of which, like, the 10 years of Resident Evil isn't going to be put on hold. I'm going to be doing that, like, once a week. I'm going to be, like, standard streams being alternating between the RPG and the non-RPG. Following Terminator Resistance, we've got Devil May Cry 5, which I'll be doing on PC with the mods that I like. That's not going to be counted as part of the History of Stylish Action or the Devil May Cry series playthrough I'm supposed to be doing with Ninja. So expect at least one more playthrough of that in the future on stream. Not going to be the only time we do Devil May Cry 5. Following that is Batman the Brave and the Bold for the Wii, and then Prince of Persia 2 Thrones. RPGs will be Suikoden and Suikoden 2 as the follower goal reward. Then is Crisis Core, the original release of Crisis Core. Then Chrono Trigger, then Paper Mario. So it's all about you with that, Clint. Like, you'll be able to like really point out what you don't like about the game, which could be good for you. I feel like having the option, having things in front of you to explain why you don't like them is always good. Like I've done with Resident Evil 0 in like every stream I've ever seen it in. I just go into streams and be like, hey, I don't like this game, this is why. It's not true. A lot of people I follow like 0. And it's like, fair enough.
You too will come to understand fear as I have.
I don't. 0. I feel like I'm not allowed to quit 0 halfway through, though. Because I quit Gaiden halfway through. I quit Gaiden because it was boring, though. But then 0's boring. I try to be fair. I try to be fair in my criticism. Recognise positives and negatives. Because everything has some kind of positive. Like, go ahead, hit me with a game that is considered bad, and I will hit you with something good about it. So there's no excitement to it anymore. That doesn't make sense, Clem. Mega Man X. I mean, it gave the Mega Man fans everything they wanted. Like, it just gave them a game where they could play as 0. Which Battlefront 2, Teak? X7 has a pretty decent soundtrack, doesn't it? Like, it's not the best Mega Man soundtrack, but it's decent enough, isn't it? Don't remember? That's fair. I'm not gonna load up Mega Man X7's soundtrack. Oh yeah, that one. That's better now. Like, it is absolutely better now. I play it. It's like the only shooter I play online. Oh, I thought you said Blood Pumpkin, and I was like, damn, Maverick, I don't remember. And then I read the line again, and I was like, okay, that makes more sense. Blood Pumpkin. But yeah, like, we go back to that Battlefront at launch, and the campaign had one of the best Luke Skywalker character moments, I think, just in general. Like, I think if there's one thing that campaign really got right, it was Luke Skywalker as a character. Which was interesting, particularly around the time it came out, because the direct contrast with it was The Last Jedi. That game is, the campaign for that game is something we're going to be doing for Star Wars month next year, though. So look forward to that. We're going to be doing both Battlefront 2s. Because both of them are... both of them have campaigns. Story campaigns. With endings. I never finished Battlefront. the EA Battlefront 2 campaign. But yeah, like, most bad stuff has something good in it. Sonic Origins, like, it's finally a way for people to purchase Sonic 3 and Knuckles again. It's also the retro engine versions of Sonic 1 and Sonic 2 available on something that isn't mobile officially. Like, fans decompiled those and made them available on PC ages ago, which is probably still the better way to play it. But, like, being able to play those versions on console now is really nice.
Nintendo.
I want to make a point, though. I say this stuff and it doesn't forgive all the other shit.
You too will come to understand fear as I have.
Like, EA Battlefront 2 was absolutely a mess at launch and was for a long time afterwards. And the whole thing with the loot boxes and the way you unlocked heroes and everything was an absolute mess. And absolutely deserved to be criticised and ridiculed. Sonic Origins, like, we begin before we even start that game of, here is a collection of like let's say like 3.5 Mega Drive games and a Sega CD game. Here's a collection of games that are all like 30 years old. Why do they need the UFO on them? Why is there DLC for them? Why do you have to pay for animated menus? Why is that not just something you either have or you don't? And then you get into the fact that, like, the replacement soundtrack for Sonic 3 and Knuckles isn't particularly good. It runs worse than it should. There are bugs that shouldn't be there. The fact that it's clearly another lazy hack job rushed out by Sonic team. I'm sorry, I mean Sega. Rushed out by Sega. And it's like, I saw the thing from Stealth. I saw the whole thing. Sonic Forces is $10 and it still has the new. Yeah, I'm not buying Sonic Forces again. Like, I saw the thing from Stealth, like the whole expose that he put out on the development of the Sonic 3 and Knuckles port. And it's like, okay, they knew there were bugs in it, but Sega was like, okay, give it to us. Like, okay, can we work? We need more time to fix these bugs. No. And then the version Sega put out had more bugs than that. It's like, oh yeah, no, Sega's rushed out a Sonic product again. So this would be, what, the 5th time? They've rushed out a version of Sonic 1 and it's been a mess. Which is kind of fun to think about, because, like, you think about really bad ports of games, and stuff like Mortal Kombat Advance will be up there. For 2 major anniversary games. Yeah. They just keep ruining the anniversary stuff. It's like, oh, this has to be out for the anniversary. The anniversary has to be celebrated. We have to hit these deadlines. Like, cool, maybe you should have started earlier. It's not as though an anniversary comes out of nowhere. You know what year it's going to be. You know what the date is. It's like Mortal Kombat Advance is a really bad port of I think it's Ultimate Mortal Kombat 3 on Game Boy Advance. It is considered like the worst Mortal Kombat game, which is amazing when you consider Special Forces exists. But like, that's only happened to Mortal Kombat once, that it's had that kind of really bad port. There was another port of Ultimate Mortal Kombat 3 on the DS, which is called Ultimate Mortal Kombat, and it's a good port if you like UMK3. Ultimate Mortal Kombat on DS is a good version, and it comes with puzzle combat from Mortal Kombat Deception for some reason, and that's still fun because it's still Puzzle Fighter 2 Turbo. But with Sonic, it's like, okay, so there's the original release, which is fine. There's the Dreamcast release. Like, we're skipping the releases that are actually good. We're not talking about the Sonic Jam version. We're not going to talk about the Sonic Collection, the Sonic Mega Collection, or the Sega Mega Drive Collection, or anything like that. We're talking about the specific bad versions. Like, the Dreamcast version, like, Sega put out that disc that was like a bunch of, I think it's just Mega Drive games. I can't remember the specifics. I remember they have Sonic 1 on there and it runs really badly. There's Sonic the Hedgehog Genesis, which is one of the games they put out for Sonic's 15th anniversary, which is Sonic 1 on Game Boy Advance, and it's awful. Everything's broken.
You too will come to understand fear as I have.
I guess it'd be the third time they've put out like a bad version of Sonic 1, wouldn't it? But it's the crazy thing though of like, why do people have no faith in Sonic anymore? And it's like, because you took that for granted for 30 years. What was the last undeniably good Sonic game that wasn't Sonic Mania? Which, let's be fair with Sonic Mania is essentially a fan game. Sega doesn't get to take a lot of credit for that. They can take credit for funding it and allowing it, but for the most part, that's a fan game. Top tier fan game. I'm not trying to diminish Sonic Mania in any way for that. But Sega's involvement in it is not enough to say that it's their work. As like Sonic Generations, I feel Sonic Triple Trouble 16-bit, yeah, that's a fan game. Sonic Generations is like, it's interesting. My opinion on Sonic Generations was interesting to see turn from my perspective of like, but yeah, no, it's a fun Sonic game and I love a lot of the 3D stuff, but it's also a fair Sonic game. Like, it's the minimum acceptable amount, I guess. It's like, yeah, I know, classic Sonic's 2D, modern Sonic is 3D, but mostly 2D as well. There's, what is it, 12 stages? And then you have to do challenge stages to progress the game, which is obvious padding, which just reuses assets from the pre-existing stages. And there is outright bad stuff in Sonic Generations. The Time Eater fight is garbage. Modern Planet Wisp is awful. It really is. Classic Planet Wisp isn't great. Classic Crisis City is like the worst level in the game. And it's like really bad. Like, for the most part, Sonic Generations is a game that generally gets worse as it goes along. Sonic Colors is fine, but again, it's mostly a 2D game. And like, if we're going to talk about the 2D stuff, like, the handheld stuff was always mostly fine. then the 2D stuff also mostly wasn't developed by Sonic Team. Like the handheld stuff mostly wasn't developed by Sonic Team. It's like, what was it? Imps did all of them? Well, I say there's like a lot of my interest in Sonic started probably post-Generations. Like, at the time Generations came out, I don't think I'd played Sonic Adventure yet. If I had, I hated it. Like, when I first played Adventure, I did not like Adventure. So let me go off it. Like, I like Green Hill Zone. I like Chemical Plant Zone. I do not like either version of Sky Sanctuary. I like Speed Highway. I like City Escape. The only pre-existing emotional attachment I would have to any of it would be Seaside Hill. Like, that would be it. Sonic Heroes. Modern Crisis City, I think, is decent. Modern Rooftop Run, I think, is mostly okay, but it feels like it's barely hanging on sometimes. And then Planet Wisp is just like a bad way to end that game. I said that game had 12 stages. I was wrong. It's 9. Huh. Yeah, it's 9. That's less than I thought. I thought it was like at least 10. No, it's 9 stages. I think Dolphins crashed.
Deep into that darkness peering, long I stood there, wondering, fearing, doubting.
There we go. Really, the thing, like, the main thing you can look back on Sonic Generations with is like, okay, what's missing? And like, 2 stages per game would have been a better number. And I've said before, like, talking about it, like, you can pull another stage from every Sonic game that's in there. The fact that Sonic 3 and Knuckles is represented by one stage, like, it should be Sonic 3 and Sonic and Knuckles. The fact that Sonic CD is just represented by the Metal Sonic fight. It's like Sonic 1, you could do Starlight Zone or Scrap Brain Zone, they'd be fine. Sonic 2, Lava Reef Zone would be a good one. Not Lava Reef, fucking Mystic Cave. Sonic 3, Lava Reef. Casinopolis. It's weird they don't have a proper... It's Casino Night. Carnival Night in Sonic 3. Casinopolis is Sonic Adventure, Casino Night is Sonic 2. It's weird that they don't have a proper casino level in there. They have the Casino Nights DLC, which is just a pinball table, which is weird. It's like, oh yeah, no, a celebration of Sonic's history without any reference, any proper casino level. Well, of course not, because, you know, then they wouldn't get to clock out early and go and take lunch. feel like the last time it felt like Sonic Team was trying with a game was probably Unleashed. Wait, let's split Sonic 3 and Sonic & Knuckles into two separate games. Sky Sanctuary, Lava Reef Zone, Carnival Night, Ice Cap. More bosses would have probably been a good idea. Sonic having two rival fights when Classic... Modern Sonic having two rival fights when Classic only has one. Felt skewed, as well as Classic Sonic only having one boss fight when Modern Sonic has two. Yeah, Emerald Coast. I've always been partial with the idea of, like, Final Egg. Sonic 2, Final Chase. Final Chase, Final Rush. I forget which one's Sonic's and which is Shadow's. Like, that would have been great. Sonic Heroes, Hang Castle, Mystic Mansion, I think, absolutely. Sonic 06, adding Kingdom Valley. Sonic Unleashed. Like, actually having Eggman Land wouldn't have been a bad idea, I don't think. Sonic Colors. Anything from Sonic Colors, really. Anything else from Sonic Colors would have probably been a better idea. Because, like, in Sonic Colors, Planet Wisp is really cool, and there's a good amount of it before you get to the factory stuff. But in the Generations level, it's like, okay, here's Planet Wisp, and then immediately into the factory. It's like, cool, this is boring as shit. Actually having something from Sonic CD would have been nice as well. Metallic Madness, Palm Tree Panic. I think the Generations gets away with it because it was a playable, passable Sonic game on a system people were willing to play on. Because, like, Sonic Unleashed had the good ideas, but you had to deal with the Werehog, which was, at the time, like, why is Sonic a Werehog? But then getting past the idea was also, like, these stages take too long. I remember the first time I played Sonic Unleashed, and it was like, okay,
will come to understand.
Why is the first Werehog stage taking like 20 minutes? I want to get back to the running, because that was actually pretty fun. It's not that the Werehog stuff is bad, it's that it takes too long. But people also like just weren't into the Werehog stages in general. And then Colors came along, and people were like, Colors is good. It's like, cool, but most people didn't want to play on the Wii anymore. So Generations comes along, and it's like, okay, cool, it's on PC, it's on PS3, it's on Xbox 360. More people have those and are willing to play them. It's fine. And I think that's exactly why Generations gets a pass.
Aw, $20. I wanted a peanut. $20 can buy many peanuts. Explain how. Money can be exchanged for goods and services. Woohoo!
Honestly, I'm still amazed that Sonic Team is a thing. Like, consider any other studio in history, like, puts out that many bad games. even if they weren't shut down, they'd be like, okay, this has been happening for over 10 years now. We need to look at why this is. But no, Sonic Team gets to keep putting out shit, Sega keeps letting them put out shit and publishing this shit. Making a big deal out of this shit. And it's like, why should anyone care about Sonic? And Sega comes along and says, why should anybody care about the good Sonic games? And puts out Sonic Origins. Yeah. I don't know. I'm in no hurry to get to Sonic Marathon 2. Really in no hurry for that. I've been thinking about the concept of like a Mario series run. If you want to discuss that at some point, see, let me know, because I am really knowledgeable about different versions of this shit for some goddamn reason. Honestly, cannot tell you why. Still can't believe you didn't realise there was a Wii version of Sonic Unleashed. No, did you know? No, I don't think you knew that it was a Wii version, but you accepted it was there. You were very disbelieving of a PS2 version. Yeah, I don't know. I've been kind of thinking about the idea of like a Mario series playthrough. Work out what I'd want to go through with that. Oh, you're talking about like Adventure DX.
Nintendo.
Suggestion, Seek, best of both worlds, play the PC version with mods. You can get a mod that will put the Dreamcast textures and the Dreamcast lighting back in and the Dreamcast models, which is really nice. But like really nice thing. Dreamcast lighting with GameCube textures, with GameCube models. It looks really good that way. Like, really does. It's unbelievable just how much DX Director's Cut messed with the lighting. Yeah, but if you want to play it a different way that's a little more visually interesting for you. As it is, I'd consider the Mega Drive and Master System games to be separate. Like, oh, Sonic 1 on Mega Drive and Sonic 1 on the Master System, different games. But yeah, like, if I was going to go through the Mario games, I guess I'm not doing Lost Levels at all, not a chance. No, I mean, like, do it, like, Dreamcast models, What is it? No, Dreamcast Lite and GameCube models. Or if you've done that already, then that's fair enough. Super Mario All-Stars for like 1, 2, and 3 would not do Lost Levels. Oh, that's fair enough then. Like you do whatever works for you. I just think it's worth seeing if you haven't, but if you've seen it. Mario 64, Yoshi's Island I'd have to do, which I've never actually finished. Mario 64, Sunshine. I'd probably just do these like individual playthroughs. Yeah. Well, the thing is, like, I've never done Yoshi's Island. I think the furthest I've played it is like maybe World 3. So like, I'd probably be down for doing Yoshi's Island. I just wouldn't be down for doing any other Yoshi's Island. I have beaten Yoshi's Island DS and I thought it was kind of crap. And I've not heard good things about Yoshi's New Island. So. Anything about doing something with Castlevania? Yeah, that'd be the thing, like, the non-main console Mario games would definitely be worth doing. Land 2, Mario vs. Donkey Kong, Donkey Kong 94. I've also been thinking about like doing the Castlevania stuff. Donkey Kong 94 is so fucking underrated. Nintendo needs to make that more available because it is so good. While they're at it, make Mario vs. Donkey Kong more available. Yeah, because I've not... I think the only classic Castlevania game I've beaten on stream is Super Castlevania 4. I never did beat... I never did finish Castlevania 1 when I was doing it for the New Year thing. But I realised partway through that trying to do that while drinking was a bad idea. I shouldn't have done it. I should have done like Symphony of the Night instead. And I've still not done fucking Rondo of Blood on stream. I mean, you did your franchise run. I just did a marathon of like whatever. Yeah, I wouldn't mind doing some of the Castlevania stuff. Yeah, that Sonic 64 hack, that's been out for a while, hasn't it? That's fairly old.
You too will come to understand.
Yeah, some Castlevania stuff would be about, yeah. And now that I can just use emulation for it, I'd be very happy to go through Castlevania 64 and Legacy of Darkness. That was one of my biggest disappointments with the Castlevania marathon. Like, we started with Legacy of Darkness. No, we started with Lament of Innocence, but we did Legacy of Darkness. And, like, it was difficult, it was rough, but I was enjoying it for the most part. And it's like, okay, let's call it here, save, quit. Oh, we can't start again because the controller packs are absolute garbage on Nintendo 64. Like, since then, I've bought 3 separate controller packs and none of them will hold save data. They're all terrible. Oh yeah, no, I've already got a layout for Castlevania 64. Really nice, actually. I use it for when I'm emulating on handhelds. Makes use of shoulder buttons as well. Like, I'm at the point now where I'll customize the controller for like almost every Nintendo 64 game. Yeah. No, it really doesn't. But yeah, because like I've got my Android handhelds and like my Odeon Pro. When that arrived, I was like, okay, let's do some handheld Nintendo 64 emulation, which I've never really been able to do before. Like, fair enough. And it was like, great, yeah, no, let me customize these controls, and I came up with some really good control schemes for a lot of the stuff. Ocarina of Time, what I've been doing with Ocarina of Time is, for the most part, using the GameCube controller scheme. Because the GameCube puts C left on Y, C down on Z, and C right on X. So I'll do that, like, Y, like, the standard Super Nintendo button layout is like, so C left is on X, C right is on A, and C down is on R. We'll also still leave the C buttons mapped to the analog stick, so I can still do the Ocarina songs fine and everything. But that's only... That is only for the Redux patches that use the D-pad for stuff. If I'm doing like OG Ocarina of Time or OG Majora's Mask, C buttons go straight onto the D-pad. And like the inventory C buttons go onto those buttons that I said, but then the C buttons also go onto the D-pad for use with Ocarina. And then that negates all the trouble. Like I say, it's how they did it on GameCube, not the D-pad, just like the buttons. And like, it works fine. Good, it's playable. It's fun. I should do more Nintendo 64 stuff. I don't use Project 64. I use Mupen 64. Currently, I'm using Mupen 64 Plus on PC. On Android, I'm using a specific fork. I can't remember what it's specifically called. Really good though. I paid for it. There's a free version, you can pay for an upgrade for it. It was good enough that I thought it was worth paying for the upgrade to also get the extra features. But I don't know about Project 64. I haven't used that in a long time. What am I using primarily for stuff now?
Nintendo.
Duck Station for PlayStation, Dolphin. Redream for Dreamcast, Mupen 64 for Nintendo 64, PCSX2, Citra, PPSSPP, Scum VM, Ujinx for Switch, now that I've been messing with that a little bit. Let me put that on the other side of Scum. And then also Prime Hack is a specific fork for Metroid Prime. I should put Prime 2 on the list soon. I did Prime ages ago and I don't feel like going through Prime again. But like, I'll go through Prime 2 and I'll use Prime Hack. But yeah, that's basically it. It's good stuff. And then like everything else I use RetroArch. For convenience, because I have button layouts set up on that, like shortcut buttons, which can be reliable. And I've got pretty decent at navigating RetroArch at this point. It's how I've been streaming Final Fantasy VI. Yeah, I use Citra for 3DS. I tried Citra in RetroArch and it was like, Duck Station, yeah. Let me change this. How much use do you get out of DSi? You know what? I have it set up here. There we go. So I don't have to set up a new layout for anything. Just bust this layout out. Various cores. What are you using for Dreamcast, Teak? That's fair enough. I can't see that ever being something that I'd want to go out of way for it. That's also fair. Yeah, we're using SNES 9X for that at the minute. Oh, that was, I booted this up the other day when we were talking about it in your stream. Like, to make sure it works. No, but I don't have that issue. Let's find out. Because I just booted it to make sure it'd go past the BIOS. I'm never sure Batman having to deal with this in the cartoon. Yeah, that's enough of that. Yeah, this is just what I've been doing recently. Yeah, there was this that I beat on stream. I've not tried Saturn in a while. Let me, try this. There you are. We were using BSNES for Final Fantasy VI. It started having issues, so I ended up saving and transferring the save over to SNES 9X. You have to use BSNES for the widescreen patch for Mario World, though. I had another core for this. I've heard Xbox emulation isn't great, and there is not enough for Xbox 360 that I'd want to consider. Same with PS3. Like, May mentioned the PS3 emulator and how that's been working pretty well. But, like, I don't think I'd wanna. Yeah, that'd be like the only thing I'd want it for. And I'm just not interested enough. As said, I would really like it if Microsoft would put Rare Replay on PC. I'd love to be able to just play Perfect Dark on PC. I've also got my 360. I have it to play the 360 games that aren't playable on Xbox One. And original Xbox games. There it is, it crashes. That's a RetroArch crash. That's a hard crash. Yeah, currently I only use it for Super Nintendo. Super Nintendo's like the only thing I play on it. It's just Final Fantasy VI. Oh, I also used it for Gaiden. Hour and a half, that felt like so much longer. Yeah, I should, shouldn't I? The fuck is Doom 3 in here? Oh, I used Melon DS. That's fair enough. I didn't know which DS emulator I used. I've only dabbled in it a little bit, but it seems fine. MGBA is my preferred for Game Boy and Game Boy Advance. It says that, but like, I've not been allowed to fucking use it for some reason. Yeah, I've never had a huge amount of success with Desmune. But yeah, I use MGBA specifically because like no other emulator that I've found for Game Boy and stuff will let me use the Super Game Boy borders and colors. Like specifically the colors. like Donkey Kong 94 in colour. No other emulator I've used will let me do this. So this is why I use MGBA for it. I think Metroid 2 also has a Super Game Boy thing. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, it's just like there's a bunch of Game Boy games that have color palettes specifically if they register a Super Game Boy. And MGBA is like the only emulator I've found that will emulate that. Like Pokemon. When you go to the Pokemon games, not Crystal, Crystal won't do that. But like if we go to Pokemon Red, go with Yellow. Yellow will have the nicer palette. Not Same Boy. I pressed the wrong button. MGBA. Okay. Not Pokemon Yellow, I guess. Oh, fucking Blue will do it. There we go. But then it also has like the specific color palettes that Super Game Boy is programmed for. I don't know why Charmander and Squirtle are basically the same colour though. Is that fucking Black Raichu? Very dark Raichu. Yeah, I never realised they have Aerodactyl on the title screen. Ah, Raichu. These old sprites are awful. And then one for Clem. I've shown this off before. Mega Man 5. Yeah, just like the colours, and like I've never found another Game Boy emulator that'll do that. For most of the games that I'm showing here, it doesn't matter, I don't care. I'm not gonna play Pokemon in my spare time. I'm probably not gonna play Mega Man 5. I will play Donkey Kong 94, and I'd like it to look the best that it can, and the Super Game Boy colour palettes are nice. Like, they're good colour palettes, so I absolutely fucking want them. What else? But yeah, mostly I use RetroArch for the older systems and DS. I need to get around to starting the Tales series. Here's an idea, Teak. Whenever you finally get around to doing your Spider-Man stuff, the DS version of Shattered Dimensions, worth it. A really solid Metroidvania. Yeah, I guess try this out real quick. Recommend it. It's really good. It's a really good Metroidvania. It cuts out Ultimate Spider-Man, so it only has Amazing, 2099, and Noir, and they have like different abilities to differentiate them. Like, it's really fun. Go and get that. I think I've ever played the Edge of Time game on the DS. Web of Shadows I found to be like obnoxiously hard. Ow. No, we're reversing that. That didn't happen. I love the shell power-up in this game. A lot of people don't like it, and I was really surprised to hear that. As far as I'm concerned, the shell power-up was like the best new power-up that the new Super Mario Brothers series introduced. I don't think much of like anything that was added afterwards. I don't like the ice flower. I don't like the penguin suit. I don't like the squirrel suit. But yeah, not necessarily for emulation, because I think it'd be really tricky to do. But like, if you bust out your DS at any point, if you bust out a DS and you just want to play a Spider-Man game, Spider-Man 3 is really good. Like, Spider-Man 3 on DS is underrated. Like, genuinely underrated. I think it's just generally lost in the shuffle of like, oh yeah, no, Spider-Man 3 was a bad game. It's like, no, Spider-Man 3 on DS is genuinely good. The only caveat is that you're gonna control it almost entirely with the touchscreen. Yes. Who developed this? Is it Vicarious Visions? Oh, that's fair enough.
My uncle always said, quitters never win and winners never quit.
There we go. So it's one of those games where, like, okay, so here's left. From right. So you're going to control this almost entirely with touch screen. I'm swinging to reach higher places. I don't have touch set up for this. Alright. Well, my point stands. Like, Spider-Man 3, difficult to play on emulation, but on actual hardware, a lot of fun. There we go, we'll just end on this. Because we've been going for too long. Yeah, like, this is emulation for me. And for the most part, I've not had any real trouble. Oh, Teak, remember when I was playing Castlevania on the stream, on the Anniversary Collection, and it had the issue of, like, the small screen? I was playing it on a Switch, and, like, it's got the screen options, and the normal screen size, for some reason, is, like, shrunk down. To the point where Pixel Perfect, which should be smaller to make all the pixels square, was actually bigger. Yeah, I thought it was a Switch-only issue. I bought it on PC, and it's exactly the same there. No idea why. So if I want to play the Castlevania Anniversary Collection and play any of those games in, like, a standard 4:3 ratio, I have to have it with scanlines, which I fucking hate. So, I don't know, like, if you want to play these old games, you don't own them, but you want to own them, buy the Anniversary Collection and just fucking emulate them. You know what, I have a copy of this ROM. Oh no, I mean just in general. Not specifically for you, Teak. There we go. Now people can at least read this. Ralph C. Belmont. That's a nice title screen. I haven't seen this before. I got this ROM and then didn't play it. Do they call him Trevor or Ralph? Trevor, yeah. In Japan, he's called Ralph C. Belmondo. No, don't skip Sonic Chronicles. Yeah, I don't know why they ever changed Ralph's name to Trevor. As far as I'm aware, it's like the only Belmont who has a different name in Japan and the West. But yeah, I don't think there's really anything else to go for. We're pretty much done. Been done for a while. So yeah, that concludes Horrorween. I want to thank everybody for joining me. 38 games on this list, and you should include Sonic Chronicles on that list. I'm not saying include Sonic Battle. Include Sonic Chronicles. and work out how to deal with the touchscreen. But yeah, that's the end of Horrorween. I want to thank everybody for joining us. It's been a bit of a rough marathon, but I think we got through enough of it. Like, I know we ended up cancelling the Sinking City partway through. We didn't do Condemned Criminal Origins. Like we got a couple of extra games in there to hopefully balance it out a little bit. Bloodstained was fun. Suffering, we did that. It's fine, Teak. It's only like 15 hours. Not a long game. It's entirely possible you could finish Sonic Chronicles faster than you'll finish Sonic 06. Besides, you're saying 38 games over 52 weeks, but a bunch of those games you'll have done in 1 week. We know, like, Sonic 1 and 2 you'll have done in 1 week. That's not even each, that's together. Yeah. Overall, I think Horrorween's probably been a success this year. Actually stuck with it to the end this time. So that's good. Coming up, we have a bunch of good stuff coming up. The Suikoden 1 and 2 follow reward playthroughs. The continuation of the 10 years of Resident Evil. Terminator Resistance is probably going to end next session. Then following that, we'll be doing Devil May Cry 5, which I'm down for. And then following that, will be Batman the Brave and the Bold, and then Prince of Persia 2 Thrones. Following Suikoden 2 will be the long-awaited playthrough of Crisis Core, and then Chrono Trigger, which is even more long-awaited. So I hope everybody's looking forward to all of this stuff. I'm looking forward to most of it. Is there any that I'm not looking forward to? I don't think so. I might be switching Chrono Trigger around. The original intention was to mod the PC version, play that. But I'm thinking I've got the adapter coming with a Super Nintendo controller to play on PC. So I'm thinking I might just play the Super Nintendo version. Mostly visual mods and stuff, like make it look nicer. Remove all the modern Square bullshit. But like I said, I'm thinking of just doing the Super Nintendo version now. With like the official Super Nintendo controllers, that'd be nice. If that ends up being the case, it'll be Chrono Trigger Complete, which is a ROM hack that puts the DS script, the script from the DS version, into the Super Nintendo version. So it's a better script. I thought you had more mods up than that. I thought you had like a mod that cleaned up the graphics and shit. You know what, this is something to discuss another time, because like, it's been over 8 hours now. This is 2 days in a row doing like really long streams. But yeah, yeah, so Chrono Trigger might be the Super Nintendo version with the DS script. That's fair. As far as modding a Square game goes at the minute, I'm looking into like dealing with the mods for Final Fantasy VII Remake. I got a bunch of mods that I'm interested in to change some stuff up. Mostly just appearances. There's some really nice costume mods. And also, like, it would be funny to me to get a mod to replace Cloud with Zack just to annoy Clem. Like, that would be funny to me. I would play through the entire game like that just to annoy Clem, it'd be funny. But yeah, like, I hope everybody's looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to that, it's good stuff. And then once Chrono Trigger is done, we can add Chrono Cross to the schedule at some point, which will be really nice. Because I do want to play that. Clem does not like Zack, no. Like, pop into Klim's stream at some point while he's doing FF7 and ask him about Zack. He does not like Zack. Ask him. But yeah, that's pretty much it. I want to thank everybody for watching, everybody who was sticking with me through Horrorween. Everybody who joined the chat, the stream, thank you so much for keeping me company. Bane, Klim, Teak, Ninja, there's Klim. Flame, Cat. Like everybody who joined the stream, Manda, everybody who joined the chat. Thank you so much for keeping me company. The chat is always the best part of the stream. We won't be back tomorrow. I think the next day I'm gonna have the chance to stream will be Saturday. Wednesday today, Thursday. I don't remember why I won't be streaming on Friday. But I think like Saturday, maybe Friday. I'll have to look up the schedule. But Saturday should be, and then Sunday. Sunday we're not going to be able to do Final Fantasy VI again because they've got me getting out of work at 9 o'clock. For fuck's sake. But yeah, no, I'd like to change my availability so that I'm not in work between 5 PM on Sunday and 12 PM on Monday. Yeah, no, you're in till 9. Okay. Thanks. It's fucking helpful. So I might stream on Sunday, but it won't be the FF6 playthrough. Mostly because, like, I don't want to keep Klim, like, late past that point. We go late enough as it is. Like, when we start at 8. It's like, if we did, we'd be starting at 10, and then, like... What's that? Not stopping until, like, 2, maybe? I don't know. Plus, I haven't checked my schedule for next week yet, so I don't know what time I'm supposed to be on Monday. It's entirely possible they'll have put me in at like 8 in the morning. That's a problem. The last time we did that on Sunday, it was like, okay, scheduled to get out at 8 PM, and I'm back in work at 7 AM the next day. It was like, that's fucking bullshit. I was like, great, cool. So, if I get out at exactly 8 PM, I then have 2 hours from that point to shower, eat, do whatever I want in the evening before I have to be in bed to get 8 hours of sleep. To be back here in 11 fucking hours. So yeah, we'll work out stuff going forward. Keeping Klim appraised of the schedule, and we'll try and get back to it because I do want to finish it. I do want to finish 6, and we're close enough now. Like 3 more sessions at max, I think. Get the rest of the people. I'm thinking, like, do their side quest, but it's really only Cyan who has a side quest. Just, like, get Locke back. Do the Phoenix Cave, that's Locke done. You have to do that to get Locke back, and then he's done. We got Gao, and there's just not really anything else with him. We got Shadow. Ish. It's really just Cyan. Like, you do Cyan, and you go to Doma Castle and do the thing there, and that's it. So it could be 2 sessions, get everybody back next session, grind off stream, and then finish up in Kefka's Tower. Yeah, we'll work it out. Yeah, with any luck, back on Saturday with the conclusion of Terminator Genesis, which I'm looking forward to. I've really been enjoying that game. Definitely give that a recommendation. But yeah, pretty much it. I want to thank everybody for sticking around with me for this long. It has been a long stream again. yeah. Thank you all for watching. Have yourselves a fantastic time of day. And yeah. Catch you next time, guys. Bye.